core banking solutions. Now, sir, what in short they call it as CBS. Clear? No. Sir, core banking solutions is a software used in banking industry. It's a software used in banking industry. Clear? Every bank in India, I repeat, every bank in India has to use what? A software. That software what every bank in India uses is called what? Uses is called core banking solutions. Sir, there are many types of core banking softwares available in India. Like some examples I will write. One is Finacle. Then we have FlexCube. Then we have Banks. Then we have Bankmate. Clear? These are some examples. Finacle is there, FlexCube is there, Banks is there, Bankmate. There are many softwares available, sir, relating to core banking. I have mentioned 4 examples here. Clear? So, a software used in a banking industry, core banking solutions. Now, but what exactly do we mean by this core? Important for exams for MCQs. Core stands for C for centralized, O for online, R for real time, E for environment. Clear? So what is core, sir? Core stands for centralized, online, real-time environment. Centralized means data is stored in server. Clear? All the bank's data, all the data of a bank's, complete data of a bank is stored where, sir? Is stored in a server. And online means I can access this server online over internet. Here all the data of customers of a bank, complete data of a bank is stored where, sir? Inside a server. And this server can be accessed online over internet. That too in real time. Real time means immediately. Real time means immediate. Like let us say for example, let us take an example of Google Pay. Google Pay mein what is going to happen? Google Pay is there, Phone Pay is there. They all work in real time. Once I transfer money, money will get debited from my bank account and will get credited to your bank account immediately without any delay. Correct? Like once I transfer the money, immediately debit from my account, immediately credit to your account. That is called real time. Understood? Centralized stands for centralized, online, real time environment. So today it is mandatory for a bank to use core banking solutions. They can use Finacle also, they can use FlexCube also, they can use Banks also, they can use Bankmate also. So many options are available. Whichever they feel comfortable, they can use. Clear? Now this is called what, sir? This is called as core banking solutions, which is a software used in banks. Now, first we will divide here. First we will let us start now. First let us start with functions of a bank. Clear? Functions of a bank, or you can say key features. Key features of banking business. Banking business. What are the features of banking business? What all banks will provide to us? What all facilities bank will provide to us? Number one. Clear? Number one. Sir, bank custody of huge volumes of monetary items. Sir, bank manages huge volumes of monetary items like cash is there, gold is there, silver is there. Almost like huge quantities of money is managed, or monetary items are managed by bank. Okay. Now, bank also deals with large volumes of data. I repeat, bank deals with what, sir? Large volumes of data. Sir, millions of people deposit and withdraw cash every day. It deals with huge volumes of data. Next, banks operate through wide variety wide variety of branches located geographically. Clear? Located geographically means bank does not have one or two branches. Bank does not have two, three, one or two branches. It has huge number of branches. I repeat, it has huge number of branches that to located geographically means one branch, like some branches are there in Hyderabad, some branches are there in Delhi, some branches are there in Chennai, some branches are there in Kerala, some branches are there in Pondicherry, some branches are there in Goa, some branches are there in Punjab, some branches are there in Haryana. Throughout, not only in India, many banks in India have branches outside India also, global branches. So there are lots of branches what a bank has to manage. And due to possibility of fraud, due to possibility of fraud, due to possibility of fraud, banks use banks use multi-point check, multi-point check. Like let us say multi-point check means multiple times they will verify. Like let us say for example I want to make a transaction online over my debit card or credit card. What is going to happen? Sir, first I will enter all my data like my name, clear name on the card. I will enter expiry date, I will enter the card number, and after finishing all these things it will ask me to confirm all these details by entering a CVV number. Sir, after entering the CVV number, transaction will not be complete. Again, it will send an OTP to me, and once I enter the correct OTP, then only transaction will happen. This is called what? Multi-point check. First time it is checking by asking me to enter all my data, including CVV number, and then it is reconfirming whether I am an authorized user or not by asking me to enter OTP. So that chances of fraud will reduce. Then bank accepts deposits. It accepts deposits and grants loans. Loans and advances. Obviously, sir, this is the main business of bank. It will take deposits from public and it will provide loans and advances to public. Major revenue comes from here only. Then it provides debit and credit card facility. Here it provides debit card and credit card facility. Sir, tell me in which case my money will be debited, in which case my cash flow will be affected immediately. Debit card may my cash flow will be impacted immediately. And in credit card, my cash flow will not be impacted immediately. Clear? So when will my in which case my cash flow will be impacted immediately? Debit card. Why? Because I'm paying from my own money. Since I'm paying from my own money, immediately my cash flow will be impacted. But in credit card, sir, my cash flow will not be impacted immediately. Why? I'm not paying my money, right? I'm paying from bank's money as a loan. Then this point is important for MCQs. Clear? So I'm using my own money with respect to debit card. I'm using bank's money as a loan in the form of credit card. Then bank will provide risk management services. Clear? Risk management services. What else bank will do? It will issue letter of credit. Letter of credit. Clear? What is letter of credit? Let us say I want to import some goods from clear. I want to import some goods from South Africa. I want to import diamonds from South Africa, but I cannot make a payment now only. I cannot make a payment now only. So if I don't make a payment now, you think a party from South Africa will send diamonds to me in India? No. In that case, what will I do? I will go to bank and bank will issue a letter of credit. It will be clearly mentioned in the letter of credit that if I don't pay my money to the party in South Africa, bank will pay the money on behalf of me to party in South Africa. That is letter of credit. In simple words, it is a guarantee given by a bank to an exporter. It is a guarantee given by a bank to an exporter saying that if importer does not pay the money, who will pay the money on behalf of importer? Bank will pay. Then we have it provides specialized services. Specialized services like discounting of bills of exchange, clear. Demand draft facilities it will provide, locker facilities it will provide, clear. Then back-end operations will be there. Back-end operations will be there. Back-end operations means processing of deposits and withdrawals, processing of checks deposited, processing of demand drafts. These all happens where, sir? In back-end. Here, then it will clear instruments on behalf of customers. Like I deposited a check in a bank, who will clear that check on my behalf? Bank only, right? Then remittances means funds transfer. Clear. Remittances means funds transfer. NEFT will be there, RTGS will be there, IMPS will be there, UPI are there. They are all examples of remittances. Clear? Clear. Next, these are all the functions, these are all the features which are provided by banks. Some examples are mentioned. There are many examples. Like you just go to bank's website. All the whatever is mentioned on the bank's website, they are all nothing but what, sir? Features of which business? Banking business. Some examples are mentioned, around 12 points are mentioned. This is what, sir? This is question number 1. That is, what are the key features of banking business? Now let us see question number 2. What are the challenges of IT in banking? Here, what are the challenges of IT in banking? Question number 2, challenges of IT in banking. Clear? Challenges of information technology in banking. Sir, today banks do not operate their business in a manual way. I repeat, today banks do not operate their businesses in a manual way. What is required? Technology is required in a bank. Clear? Technology is required in a bank. And technology, clear, technology may, I will have advantages also, some problems also I may face, some challenges also I may face. What are the challenges what a bank faces? Clear? What are the challenges that a bank faces with respect to use of information technology? Let us see that. Number 1. Clear? Problem number 1, what a bank faces. Clear? Problem number 1, what a bank faces. Segregation of duties. Segregation of duties. Segregation of duties. I hope many times we have already discussed segregation of duties. So segregation of duties means multiple people should be doing multiple work. Let us say one person in a bank should not take care of everything. Like one person should take care of cash deposits, one person should take care of check processing, one person should take care of foreign exchange, one person should take care of traveler's check. Different people in a bank should do different activities. Why, sir? Because if every activity is done by me only, chances of fraud will increase. Clear? If every activity is done by me only, chances of fraud will increase. So if segregation of duties, if not done properly, may result into frauds. May result into frauds. Clear? May result into frauds. Clear? One more example of segregation of duties. What work I do, second person should verify. Second person ka work, third person should verify. In that case, what happens? If I have done any fraud, second person will come to know. Second person has done any fraud, third person will come to know. Third person has done any fraud, fourth person will come to know. Clear? Next, problem number 2. Here, problem number 2. High impact due to, clear, high impact due to act of employees. Act of employees. Sir, employees, clear, employees may, clear, employees may do something intentionally or unintentionally. I repeat, employees may do something intentionally or unintentionally which may have a bad impact on my bank. So that is why we can say intentional or unintentional, intentional or unintentional. Clear? Intentional or unintentional acts of employees. Clear? Acts of employees may compromise, clear, may compromise IT security of a bank. IT security of bank. Here, let us say, for example, by mistake, unintentional. Wantedly, I am doing, sir, intentional. Clear? Now tell. Fraud will always be intentional or unintentional? Intentional. Mistake will always be unintentional. Sir, whether I am doing something intentionally or whether I am doing something intentionally. Clear? It will always have an impact on the security of a bank. Let us say, for example, by mistake, like let us say my friend works in HDFC Bank, I work in ICICI Bank. So by mistake, I share the internal working of, like over a talk only. We went on a dinner over, like in general talking. What did I do? I share the internal working of my bank to my friend who works in HDFC Bank. That is called what? Intentional, which will result into security risk for a bank. And intentionally I'm leaking the data of my bank relating to someone else. Both, whether I'm intentionally doing something, whether I'm unintentionally doing something, it will always have a bad impact on my business. Next, number 3, new social engineering techniques. Here, new social engineering techniques. Sir, multiple social engineering techniques. Here, multiple social engineering techniques may be used for what, sir? To extract, here, to extract confidential information. Confidential information. Confidential information to carry out frauds. To carry out frauds. Like let us take an example. Like let us say, for example, I received a call. Clear? I received a call. Assume that I received a call from some XYZ person. That fellow tells me that he is calling from my bank, that is ICICI Bank. Will I believe that? No. Will I believe that fellow? No. Now what will that fellow do? That fellow will tell me my bank account number, my nominee in my bank account. Clear? My contact number, what I have given, mail ID, my PAN number, my Aadhaar number, all that fellow will tell me, and that fellow will convince me or make me believe that that fellow is the actual employee of a bank. And once I believe that that fellow is an employee of a bank, now that fellow will tell me, saying that, sir, your debit card or credit card will get blocked today due to some XYZ reason. I get tense now. I get tensed. In that tension, that fellow will say, sir, please don't worry. Madam, please don't worry. I am going to send an OTP to your mobile phone number now. Please share that OTP with me. Immediately your card will get unblocked. In that tension, what will happen? People will share their OTPs with an unknown person. Immediately what will happen? All the money what is there in your bank account will get debited from your bank account, and people lose money. This is an example of what, sir? Fraud only, right? These are called what? Social engineering techniques. That is why nowadays what is bank doing? Bank is clearly mentioning in the message that bank's representatives will never ask for OTP. Please do not share OTP with unknown people. They will mention or not? Yes, sir. That is an example of what? Social engineering technique. Then clear. Then we have fourth one. Clear? Number 4. Fourth one is external threats. External threats. Clear? Due to cyber frauds. Due to cyber frauds. Clear? External threats due to cyber frauds means hacker attacking our devices. Hacker attacking banks devices. Banks devices. When a hacker is trying to hack, recently you might have heard some cooperative bank. I don't remember the name of. I think Mahesh Cooperative Bank. I think it was Mahesh Cooperative Bank. Data got hacked. Like server got hacked by hackers. Imagine a bank server getting hacked. All your personal information will be leaked to outsiders, right? Mahesh Cooperative Bank. Cooperative Bank. Like news may if you see, Hyderabad police arrest Nigerian national in Mahesh e-fraud case. Police crash Mahesh Bank hacking case. Nigerian held for 12.5 crores bank fraud. See, bank had no firewall license. Bank did not have any firewall. Nothing was there in the bank. Because of which what happened? Clear, bank servers did not have what, sir, proper security, because of which their information technology was a failure, because of which what happened, hacker hacked their devices and stole money from multiple people bank accounts. That is called what, an example of external threat due to cyber frauds. Then number 5, clear, example number 5, problem number 5, what a bank faces, need for governance process. This is one more problem, need for governance process. Sir, what do we mean by need for government processes? It is nothing but senior management should be involved. Simple. Senior management, senior management should be involved, should be involved. Where, sir? In technology implementation, IT implementation. But in majority of the cases, what, even though senior management is required to be present during the implementation of information technology, but in most of the cases, bank or senior management does not have that much time to focus on IT. They ignore the information technology. And in case if they ignore the information technology, just now I told you what happened. Bank accounts of people were hacked. One more example, need to ensure business continuity. Business continuity. Like what happened, hacking of bank accounts happened. You think banks should sit and cry that their servers are got hacked, or they should continue working and ensure that next time this does not happen? Banks should not stop working, right? Or a fraud happened, close all our system, close the bank for 2 3 months. No, don't close your bank, continue your business and ensure that next time the same type of hacking does not happen. Not same time, hacking only does not happen. But how, sir? For this I need to prepare a BCP plan. What is BCP? We have already discussed in chapter number 3. It stands for Business Continuity Plan. So in the event of a disaster, I should not stop working. My business should continue. Clear? That is called which plan, sir? BCP plan. Then we have seventh one, different types of controls. Different types of controls. Sir, there are different types of controls, sir. Controls based on objective are there, environmental controls are there, physical access controls are there, logical access controls are there, management controls are there, application controls are there. So there are hundreds of types of controls in a business. That is why for different type, the problem here is for different type of technology. For different type of technology, different types of controls are required. Different types of controls are required. Controls are required. For different types of technologies, different types of controls are required. Means it is practically very difficult for me. It is very difficult for a bank also to understand which technologically which control is required, and implementing all the controls is very difficult. And if you don't implement correct control for a correct technology, you will be having a risk of getting hacked. Then example number 8, multiplicity. Here multiplicity and complexity. Here multiplicity or complexity of systems. Sir, bank में there are thousands, not thousands, millions of systems are there. Millions of systems are there. And in order to operate these millions of systems, skilled employees are required, and getting the skilled employees is not that easy. See, skilled employees are there, unskilled employees are there, semi-skilled employees are there, but getting skilled employees everywhere is practically very difficult for a bank. So that is why since banks have different technologies, since banks have different technologies, employees are required employees are required to have multiple skills, multiple skills, and multiple skills will come through training. And again, training will be very expensive. Clear? Bank training will be very expensive for a bank. Next, then we have dependence, dependence on vendors, dependence on vendors. So dependent on vendors means, sir, banks outsource technology, banks outsource technology to outsiders. Means technology, who manages the technology of a bank? Outsiders, an expert in technology. An expert in technology manages what, sir? A technology of a bank, because bank is not an expert in technology, right? Bank is an expert in banking. Bank is an expert in banking. So that is why what will banks do? They will outsource, they will give a contract to some other company to manage their technology, to manage their technology. That is called what? Dependence on vendors. Because of this, because I'm completely dependent upon outside people to manage my technology, it creates what? It creates vendor related concentration risk. Vendor related concentration means I'm completely dependent on outsiders. I cannot manage my technology. That is why I have to be completely dependent on them. And whenever I want, they may not be available, right? Whenever I have a problem, they may not be available. Since they may not be available, whenever a bank has a problem, bank ka business may get disturbed. That is why it is also called as what? Vendor related concentration risk, or you can say dependence on vendors. And then we have proper alignment of technology with clear, with business objectives. These business objectives. Proper alignment of technology with what's the business objectives means, it is difficult to ensure, that technology used in banks used in banks will help to achieve will help to achieve objectives, will help to achieve objectives. Here, will help to achieve objectives means, my objective is to become number one bank in India. My objective is to become number one bank in India, for which I'm using a technology so that I can manage my business better. My customers are satisfied, and customers turnover increases, and automatically my business may become number one. But problem, what is the, there is no guarantee that using a technology, there is no guarantee that if I'm using a technology, because of using a technology, I will become number one bank in India. No, no one can give a guarantee, right? Even a technology also cannot give a guarantee. Even though I'm using a technology, even though I'm using a technology which is much more better than my competitor, but still there is no guarantee that I will be able to achieve my objectives. So how many types of challenges are there, sir? 10. Number 1, segregation of duties. Number 2, high impact due to act of employees. Number 3, new social engineering techniques. Number 4, external threats due to cyber frauds. Number 4, need for governance process. Number 5, number 5, sorry, need for governance process. Number 6, need to ensure business continuity. Number 7, different types of controls. Number 8, multiplicity and complexity of systems. Number 9, dependence on vendors. And number 10, proper alignment of technology with business objectives. Clear? So anyone has any doubts in first two questions? First one was features of a bank. Second one was technology ka problems in a bank. Anyone has any doubts in these two questions? You can please ask. If you don't, then we can go to next question. Any doubts, anyone? No? Okay. So now let us continue. Here now let us continue with next concept. That is question number 3, risk analysis. Clear? Question number 3, risk analysis. Risk analysis. Risk analysis. Risk analysis. Sir, here let us say here risk analysis mein what will I do? I will identify the risk. Risk analysis is a procedure of identifying the risk plus understanding the impact of risk. Impact of risk. I repeat, the process of identifying the risk and understanding the impact of risk on our business is called what? Is called as clear? Is called as risk analysis. I repeat, it is a what is risk analysis, sir? It is a process of identifying the risk and after identifying the risk, understanding the impact of that risk on our business is called which analysis? Risk analysis. Risk analysis may I will try to find out what? I will try to find out gap. Risk analysis may I will try to find out gap. Now let us say for example controls required. If controls required in business are clear are not equal to controls implemented in a business. Controls implemented in business. Like let us say auditor suggested that there should be 6 controls. Auditor suggested that there should be 6 types of controls in a business, in a bank, but bank has implemented only 4 controls. According to the auditor, bank should implement 6 controls. But how much is the actually implemented by a bank? 4 controls. Means controls implemented are less than controls required. In simple words, controls implemented are less than controls required. Because of which risk is going to happen. This risk clearly what is this called? Gap. This is called what? Gap. Gap means clear gap means the controls what I have implemented are less than the controls which I have to implement. This will result into gap. Gap is nothing but an example of risk only. Why? I am having implemented less controls than required. It is nothing but a risk only, right? Risk of business. But this gap comes because of what reason? But why am I unable to? But why am I unable to implement all the controls? Auditor suggested me 6 controls. I implemented only 4 controls. I am unable to implement all controls. It is practically impossible for any business to implement all controls. But why? Many reasons. Reason number one, widespread use of technology. Sir, technology is so vast, technology is so big that it is practically impossible to understand all the types of technologies and implement all types of controls. Practically impossible. Clear? Next. Reason number two, unconventional digital attacks. Digital attacks. Clear? Unconventional digital attacks. Sir, whatever clear there are, even if I implement all the controls also, still there is no guarantee. I repeat, even after implementing all the controls, I repeat, even after implementing all controls, still I have no guarantee. Still I have no guarantee that here, still I have 0% guarantee that my devices are safe, my bank is safe. Then why? Even after implementing all the technology, still I am not sure that my devices will be safe. Then why to implement it? That is what people will think. Next, then devolution, devolution of management. Devolution of management means transfer of power. Like some things are done by lower level management, some things are done by top level management, some things are done by middle level management. Clear? It becomes difficult to implement controls when like from lower level management I get transferred to middle level people get transferred to top level. So changes keep happening in management. Changes keep happening in management. And every time a change happens in management of power or delegation, it becomes very difficult to change controls. That is one more problem. Interconnectivity of systems. Interconnectivity of systems. So today's systems are all interconnected with each other. One small change I make in one system, it will impact all the other systems. That is why That is why many companies, what they do, they, you can say, they avoid implementing the controls. Why? Because a small change in one system, they have to make a change in all the systems which are connected, which is very difficult. Then other factors, other factors such as other factors such as legal or regulatory requirements. There are clear, let us say for example, some controls are required to be implemented compulsorily as per the law. Let us say RBI law may say some controls, companies act के हिसाब से some controls will be there, banking regulation act some control says. There might be so many types of controls that management may get confused in implementing. That is why what they do, they avoid. Clear? So risk analysis means identifying the risk plus understanding the impact of the risk on the business. And in case if the controls required are less than controls implemented, then automatically what is going to happen, problems are going to happen. But why management is unable to implement all the controls, sir, even though they know that controls should be there? Because of some reasons. These are some reasons why you can say companies don't want, unable to implement the controls. Clear? So we will take a break now. Next question we will start after the break. Our next session will start from 10:30 onwards. Clear? So come back by 10:30. Have your breakfast. Come back by 10:30, and 10:30 again we will start with core banking. Clear? So I am disconnecting the class now. Clear? I am disconnecting the class now, and fresh link. I will again restart the class at 10:30 a.m. Clear? Bye guys. Now, the next concept what we have is risk is there, sir. We know that risk is there in a business. Should I, what should I do now? Whenever risk is there in a business, we have to mitigate the risk, means reduce the risk. So that is why how to mitigate risk. This we have to study plus examples of risk. Examples of risk. Clear? We need to see what are the examples of risk which impact business operations. And second thing, clear, and second thing, how to mitigate risk. Now let us first see the examples of risk. Sir, example number one is DOS attack. Clear? Denial of service attack. This we have already discussed in last chapter, right? Chapter 3. Today only we have discussed. DOS attack means denial of service attack, wherein I will I will attack on your system and ensure that your system shuts down. I will not allow you only to use your system by shutting it down. Example number two is leakage of corporate information. Corporate information. Here, this is one more example of risk. So, an employee, an employee or a hacker or anyone is leaking the important information about a company to outsiders. Then we have extortion. Here, extortion means blackmailing. Here, I'm blackmailing you by using your information to give me money. Otherwise, I will leak your information to outsiders. Then, misuse of misuse of information systems means I'm not using the information system for the purpose for which it is designed. Let us say employees using the information system for clear employees using business information systems for personal purpose. That is an example of what? That is an example of misuse of information system. Then we have phishing attacks. Clear? Phishing attacks. PHISHING, phishing attacks. Like you might have received an email or a message that your email ID or your mobile phone number has won a award worth of 10 lakh pounds. Please share your information like bank account details so that we will transfer the funds bulky. This is called what? Phishing attack. And if you share your details, forget about they depositing money in your bank account. Whatever money you have in your bank account, that also they will steal from your account. That is an example of which attack? Phishing attacks. So these are all the examples. These are all the examples of risk which could have a bad impact or negative impact on my business. But question comes, how to mitigate this risk? Mitigation means reducing the risk. Here, mitigation means how to reduce the risk. Reduce risk. Remember one thing, risk can never be eliminated. Remember one thing, risk can never be eliminated. Risk can only be reduced to acceptable level. Remember? So how to mitigate the risk, sir? Number one, identify threats and vulnerabilities. Threats and vulnerabilities. Here, if I'm able to identify the vulnerabilities and threats, I can prevent or at least I can reduce the chances of risk on my business. And threat and vulnerabilities put together will create what's a risk. Weakness in a device is called vulnerability. Weakness in a device or network is called as vulnerability. Exploiting that weakness is called as threat. Remember, we have seen in previous chapter. Then uh, analyze analyze potential impact analyze potential impact clear analyze potential impact that loss of security would have on business. Means if security is not good in your business, it will result into hacking, and because of hacking your business might be impacted. Then analyze what type of impact you will have on your business, monetary impact or non-monetary impact. If it is monetary impact, how much money you might lose, revenue you might lose. In case if it is non-monetary impact, what will be the value of your goodwill, how much your goodwill will be impacted. All these things I need to analyze. And then here, analyze security security and controls. Analyze the security and controls on information system. If I feel that my security is not that great, controls are not properly being implemented, immediately try to implement the controls. Clear? So these are the examples of what's the risk, what may impact my business, and this is how I need to reduce the risk of you can say hacking on my business. This was question number 3, and question number 4 just now we have discussed. Now, question number 5. List out some examples of IT risk and risk management. Clear? Examples of IT risk. Now, let us see some examples of IT risk. Examples of IT risk. Examples of IT risk. Now, sir, IT risk I can divide it into two types. IT risk we can divide into two types. One is risk to data. Risk to data. Then we have other risk. Other risk. Clear? Then we have other risk. So risk to data may we can say example number 1. Clear? Example number 1. Unauthorized changes. Unauthorized changes. Clear? Unauthorized changes to data. Unauthorized changes to data. Let us say an example of a bank. Let us say an example of bank. Clear? Bank may what is unauthorized changes to data? Let us say I applied for a loan. Clear? I applied for a loan in a bank where my friend is a bank manager. I applied for a loan in a bank where my branch manager is my very good friend. Even though I'm not eligible to get a loan, because my income is very less. Wantedly, clear, intentionally, my friend is increasing my income. Clear? Even though my income is 10,000 per month, my friend is still entering 25,000 per month so that I become eligible for a loan. That is called what? Unauthorized changes to data. Next, absence of logs. Clear? Absence of logs. Logs means maintaining a record of transactions is not maintained in a bank, sir. Next, another example can be hiding erroneous inputs. Sir, I've done some mistakes, sir, at the time of entering. Clear? By mistake, I've entered some wrong figure, but I'm not disclosing it to the management. I'm hiding this erroneous input from management so that my job will not be at a risk. Then we have willful wrong inputs. Sir, wantedly I'm entering wrong input. See, the third option may by mistake some wrong input I've done and that I'm hiding from the management. But sir, in the fourth case, wantedly I'm giving the wrong input. Even though interest rate is 9%, but still I'm making it 10%. Wantedly I'm making a wrong input. This is one example of risk. Sir, one more example of risk: transactions without vouchers. Means I'm entering the account here. I'm entering some transactions in my account. Maybe some income transactions, maybe some expenditure transactions. Majority of the transactions what I'm entering into the system are not having vouchers. Means there might be some chances of fraud, right? Then unauthorized transactions. Unauthorized transactions means I am entering the transactions without the approval of management. Clear? I'm entering the transactions without the approval of management. That is an example of unauthorized transactions. Then we have clear. Then we have changing changing data. Clear? Changing data using others passwords. Others passwords. Like I'm clear, employee 1 is logging into an account using employee 2 ka password. I repeat, even though I'm employee 1, I am logging in into the system using employee 2 ka username and password, and I'm making some unauthorized changes, because of which even though employee 1 has made that fraud, but what will people think? People will think that employee 2 might have done the fraud. Why? Because employee 2 ka id password I'm taking and I'm making changes into the system. These are some examples of what, sir? Examples of risk to data. Then we have other risk. Here, then we have other risk. Other risk may first example we have is others risk may first example payment of clear payment of duplicate drafts. Duplicate drafts means clear. I am clear what is happening normally. Demand draft. Even though the demand draft is not original, even though I know that demand draft is a duplicate demand draft, but still I'm processing and making a payment to the customer. It is an example of risk only, right? Next, payment of payment of stolen drafts. Even though I know that that demand draft is not yours, you have stolen that demand draft from some other customers, but still I'm making a payment to you. Payment of stopped checks. Stopped checks. Clear? Sir, I issued a check to you. I issued a check to you. After issuing a check to you, I came to know that there is no balance in my bank account. So immediately what did I do? I called the bank manager and asked bank manager not to clear my check and block my check. Or even after giving the instructions to my branch manager, still that branch manager cleared the check, because of which what happened? Check got bounced, and my client is now filing a case against me for check bounce. Clear? Then example number 4: incorrect computation. Incorrect computation. Sir, incorrect computation of what? Incorrect computation of bank charges. Bank charges. Clear? Incorrect computation of bank charges or incorrect computation of bank interest. Here it can be either incorrect computation of bank charges or it can be either incorrect computation of bank interest. Let us say bank charges. Now tell me, bank charges are income to a bank or expenses to a bank? Bank charges are income to a bank. If bank charges are not calculated properly, what will happen? Either bank will be at a loss or bank will be at a profit. Let us say bank charges should be 2%, but software is calculating 1.9%. Even though the bank charges are 2%, bank is calculating 1.9%. Means bank charges calculated are less, because of which revenue of a bank will decrease. Now bank charges are 2%. Software is calculating as 3%, means I am debiting extra amount from a bank's customer account. Will you think customer will keep quiet? Customer will file a case against me, right? Again bank will be in a problem. In the same way bank interest. If I pay less bank interest, customer will not keep quiet. If I pay more bank interest, bank will be at a loss. That is why incorrect computation of bank charges and incorrect computation of bank interest should not be done. It will result into problems for a bank. Here, one more example. Incorrect, here here incorrect changes, incorrect changes in interest rate rates. Interest rates. Sorry. Incorrect changes in interest rate. Sir, even though interest rate is 8% on a loan, but since my friend is working in a bank as a bank manager, that fellow is reducing the interest from 7% to 5%, so that I will be at a benefit, because of which who will be at a loss? Bank will be at a loss, right? This is not correct. And then one more example. Unauthorized unauthorized increase in credit limit. Unauthorized increase in credit limit. Sir, as per my CIBIL score, clear, as per my CIBIL score and as per my income tax returns and other data given to a bank, the maximum loan what I am eligible is 10 lakhs. Maximum loan I am eligible for is 10 lakhs. But what is happening? Since the branch manager is my friend, that fellow is able to change my limit from 10 lakhs to 15 lakhs. This is called authorized increase or unauthorized increase? Unauthorized increase. So these are all examples of what, sir? Examples of IT risk. And this IT risk can be what, sir? Can be a risk to data also, can be other risk also. And whenever there is a risk, should a bank keep quiet? No, bank should take some action. Whenever there is a risk, what should bank do? Bank should take a action. That action is called what? Risk management strategy. Whenever there is a risk, what should bank do? Bank should implement risk management strategy. Now, what is this risk management strategy? Risk management strategy. In risk management strategy, how many options are there for a bank, sir? There are 4 options. Option number 1, bank can avoid risk. Here, bank can avoid risk, or bank can mitigate risk, or bank can transfer risk, or bank can accept risk. Accept risk. How many options are available, sir, to manage the risk? In order to manage a risk, bank has 4 options. Option number 1, avoid risk. Option number 2, mitigate risk. Option number 3, transfer risk. And option number 4, accept risk. Sir, how to avoid a risk? How can bank avoid a risk? Bank can avoid risk by not, by not taking up activity, which involves risk. Clear? Bank will not do anything which creates a risk. In that way, bank can avoid the risk. I repeat, bank will not do any activity which creates a risk. In this way, indirectly it is avoiding risk. Example, sir. Now, like from last 10 years, I have taken around 5 to 6 loans from a bank. In last 10 years, I have taken 5 to 6 loans from a bank. Not even a single loan I have repaid on time. Every time I have delayed the payment of EMI, because of which my CIBIL score is impacted very badly. Now tell, to these type of people, bank should give loan or they should not give loan? They should not give loan. Since bank is not giving a loan to a person who has not repaid the loans previously, what is bank doing now? Bank is avoiding the risk. Then we have mitigation. Mitigating the risk means reducing the risk. Reduce risk. How to reduce the risk, sir? Implement controls. Implement controls. How to reduce the risk, sir? Implement controls. Then transfer the risk, sir. Transfer the risk means share risk. Bank can share risk or how? By taking insurance coverage. Insurance coverage. Here, just give me a minute. Some technical problem. Just be online just for a minute. Okay. So let us continue. So we were in risk now. Then last concept we have is accept risk. Accept risk means when I cannot avoid risk, I am unable to mitigate the risk also, I am unable to transfer the risk also. Then what should I do? Accept the risk. Accept the risk means acknowledge. Acknowledge that risk exists. Here acknowledge that risk exists. And what do I do? Monitor it. Monitor it. Whenever you feel that risk is becoming little bit bigger, then try to mitigate the risk. Clear? So whenever risk is there, how many types of strategies a bank has, sir? 4 types. Bank can avoid risk, bank can mitigate risk, bank can transfer risk, bank can accept risk. Clear? If bank is not doing any activity, clear, bank is not doing any activity which creates a risk. That is called what? Risk avoidance. Bank has implemented proper controls in order to reduce the risk. Mitigation of risk. Bank has taken an insurance to ensure that the risk reduces or they share the risk. Then it is called what? Transfer risk, also called as share risk. And when bank feels that risk is very small, then rather than avoiding, mitigating or transferring the risk, it will accept, yes sir, risk is there. Now what to do? It's a very small risk. Ignore the risk and but continuously monitor it. Whenever you feel that risk becomes bigger, then try to mitigate or transfer the risk. So anyone having any doubt here in this small concept, very important for MCQs. So any doubts in risk management strategy? No? Okay. Now let us go to next. Small questions only we have in this chapter. Then we have question number 7. Indicators of high risk, indicators of controls. Indicators of risk, indicators of controls. Then we have indicators of risk. Indicators of risk and controls. So both the answers we will write in one small chart only. Now how do I know whether risk is there in a bank or not? Clear? How do I know whether risk is there in a bank or not? How do I know whether controls are there in a bank or not? How do I identify? They are called what? Indicators of risk. Indicators of risk. So how do I know whether risk is there in a business or not? They are called as indicators of risk. Then in the same way, how do I find out whether controls are there in a bank or not? Indicators of controls. Indicators of controls. Clear? So indicators of risk, indicators of controls. Now indicators of risk. First example. Clear? Indicators of risk. First example. IT security, information technology. Clear? Security is not given the required priority. The required priority means information technology is there in a bank. So technology is there in a bank, but they are not bothered about the security of the technology. Clear? They have implemented technology just for the sake of implementing the technology. They are not bothered about whether this technology may security is there or not. Since they are not bothered about security, obviously chance of risk will increase. Example number 2. Clear? Example number 2. Lack of input, process, output controls. Output controls. In simple words, input controls are very less. Clear? Controls are very less. Next, number 3. Lack of dual check. Dual check on high value transactions. High value transactions. Like let us say my friend has given a check of 50 lakhs to me. Here, my friend has given a check of 50 lakhs to me. Now, I go and deposit that check in bank. My friend has given a check of, clear, my friend has given a check of 50 lakhs. I go and deposit that check in bank. But the bank employee is not calling, clear, bank employee is directly clearing the check and giving me 50 lakhs cash. That is called as what? Lack of dual check on high value transactions. For high value transactions, what should bank do? Yes. For high value transactions, what should bank do? If a 50 lakhs ka check is there, they should call the person who has issued the check and confirm whether that person has actually signed this check worth of 50 lakhs or not. Then only risk will not be there. Otherwise, risk of frauds will be there. One more example: no check on reliability of software. Sir, bank is using a software, right? Bank is using core banking software. Okay. Now, even though bank is using a software, it is never checking whether, like, who is calculating the interest in a bank, software. Who is calculating the bank charges, software. All the calculations who is doing, sir, software. But bank is not checking. But bank is not checking whether the interest calculated by software is correct or not. Bank is not checking whether the bank charges calculated by software are correct or not. Whether the interest on savings account is calculated correctly or not. Bank is not checking only. It is believing that everything is correct. That is not correct, right? You have to verify whether the software is reliable or not. One more example: lack of business continuity planning. There is no plan. Like, let us say if someone hacks if someone hacks computers, or if someone hacks the bank server, bank is having no clarity what to do. Bank is thinking, okay, if some hacking has happened, we will think at that point of time. Right now, why to think? We are ignoring the business continuity plan. That is one more risk for a bank. Then we have over dependence. Over dependence on IT. Sir, bank is not dependent on information technology. It is over dependent on information technology. Sir, if you are dependent on something, it's fine. But if you are over dependent on information technology, you are assuming everything is going on fine in the company without verifying anything. That is wrong. That results into risk. One more example of risk, sir, lack of transparency. Lack of transparency of IT operations. Sir, even though software is used in a business, branch manager does not know which component of a software is used by which employee. That is one more problem. Then we have lack of audit trials. Lack of audit trial or audit logs, whatever it is. Here, these are some examples. If these things are happening in a bank, if these things are happening in a bank, it means risk is there in a bank. Auditor has to be very careful during audit. How do I now? When risk is there, control should be there. Whenever a bank is having risk, bank should implement controls. But how do I know whether bank may proper controls are being implemented or not? Let us see examples of controls. Like, how does auditor come to know whether controls are there or not? There is high security awareness to users. So regular training is provided. Clear, regular training is provided by bank to all its employees, giving them awareness about, giving them awareness about the security, what they should do, what they should not do, what can prevent hacking, what cannot prevent hacking, what can prevent data leakage, what cannot prevent data leakage, what is ethical, what is unethical. Proper training and awareness is given to user, and user is working as per the requirements of management. It means controls are there in the organization. Next, ability ability to protect against, clear, against new vulnerabilities. Sir, clear, every day some new type of virus enters into the market. Sir, every time, every day, every alternate day, new types of viruses are released into the computer. Is my technology of a bank, is the technology of a bank ready to fight against the new types of viruses or not? If it is ready, if it can combat, then controls are good. But if my existing banker technology is unable to detect a new type of virus, then controls are not good in a company. You have to be very careful. Next, ability to execute resources predictably. Here, ability to execute resources predictably means what? Clear, what am I expecting? Same thing is happening. I'm expecting that 9% interest should be calculated on two-wheeler loan. 9% interest is only getting calculated. I'm expecting that 10% should be the interest on personal loan. 10% is only happening. So what I'm expecting, that is only getting calculated inside a software. That is called what? Ability to execute the resources predictably. Then we have here. Then we have delivery of projects on time. Like let us say software of my banking software is able to analyze the project reports of my customers and able to decide whether loan is required or not, loan should be given or not. All these things are happening on time. It is a good software. Clear? Next, proper customer support. Clear? Bank is having a proper customer support. All the customer complaints are being taken on time and solved on time. It means good controls are there in my business. Next, ability to execute ability to execute work efficiently. Here, ability to execute the work efficiently means my software is efficient also, effective also. It is doing the correct thing also. It is doing the correct thing in a correct manner also. Doing the correct thing and correcting in a correct manner is called what? Efficiency and effectiveness. Then one more example, consistent availability. Here, consistent availability of what? Consistent availability of information systems means 24 by 7 my bank server work. My bank servers are working 24 by 7. Very rarely I see that bank's server is down and customers are facing problem. Very rarely this happens. Then one more example. Here, controls communicated to management. Every person in the management, top level also, middle level also, lower level also, every person in the management, in all the levels of management, is aware of controls. What controls are required, what controls are implemented, how to implement the controls, what technologically what controls should be implemented. All of them have a proper idea. Clear? So these are some examples of indicators of risk. These are some examples of indicators of controls. Clear? I hope you understood. Anyone has any doubts here? No? Okay. Now, next concept. So we have discussed one more question, that is indicators of high IT risk. Here, indicators of high IT risk. Question number 8, indicators of effective IT controls. Now we have question number 9, internal controls in bank. Question number 10, IT controls in bank. Here we have to discuss now internal controls in bank and IT controls in bank. So how many types of controls we are going to discuss? Internal controls and IT controls. So controls may we are going to discuss about internal controls in bank. Here, internal controls in bank. Now, examples of, let us see some examples of internal controls in bank. Example number 1. Work of one staff member. Here, work of one staff member is supervised by another staff member. Means what work I do, Clear? What work I do, second person will verify. Second person's work, third person will verify. Third person's work, first person will verify. What is happening here? Every person ka work is verified by other person. Why? If I have done any fraud, second person will catch hold of me. If second person has done a fraud, third person will catch. Third person has done any fraud, I will catch. So it becomes easy to identify the frauds. Next, system of system of job rotation exist. Okay? System of job rotation exists. Sir, let us say, what do we mean by job rotation? Sir, I joined, I joined as a branch manager. I joined as a branch manager of ICICI Bank. Clear? Let us say in Indira Nagar, of Bangalore. Clear? I joined as a branch manager of ICICI Bank in Indiranagar of Bangalore. You think lifetime I will stay as a branch manager of the same branch, or I may be transferred to some other branch? Sir, lifetime I will never serve for lifetime as the branch manager of the same branch. I will be continuously transferred. Maybe 2 3 years I will stay with one branch, then 2 3 years I will go to some other branch, then third branch, fourth branch, like that till I retire. I will be continuously transferred. Why? If I continuously remain, if I always remain as the branch manager of this branch, you think I can easily do frauds, right? I can easily do frauds without having any tension. Why? Because I know that I will only be the branch manager of this branch till I retire. No one can catch hold of me. But if transfers are done, chances of fraud will reduce. Why? I will think 100 times before doing any fraud, because I know that after 2 3 years, when I'm shifted to some other branch, someone will take over my place. If I've done any fraud, the new branch manager will easily come to know. That is why job rotation is very important in a bank. If job rotation does not happen, chances of frauds will increase. Then one more example, financial and administrative powers. Financial and admin powers. Here, admin powers should be fixed. Is fixed means I know who is here. A person responsible for financial operation should be different. A person who is responsible for administration should be different. Financial and administration power should not be given to a single person. They should be two different people. Next, branch manager. Branch manager. Here, branch managers should send periodic reports. Periodic reports. Here, branch manager should send periodic reports on compliance. On compliance. Like, let us say there is a rule that you cannot deposit more than 50,000 in cash without a PAN card. Is it happening or not? It is also a rule that it is mandatory for you to have your PAN card and Aadhaar card linked and given to bank. Is it happening or not? Are they here? Are they deducting TDS? Are they deducting TDS on fixed deposit interest or not? If interest is beyond a certain limit, these are nothing but compliance regulations what a bank has to follow. Are they following or not? Who will tell to head office? Branch manager should prepare a report and give it to head office, regional office, so that they will check whether branch of a particular bank is following all these rules and regulations or not. Next, all books are periodically balanced. Periodically balanced. Here, all books are periodically balanced. Means like all the accounts of banks should be regularly balanced and check that there should be no difference. Problem like if I don't do this, suddenly after 15 20 days when I'm preparing my accounts, if I feel that if there is a difference between actual cash and book cash, then lot of problems will happen in a bank. So on a regular basis, depending upon the number of transactions, keep balancing. Like check whether the cash deposited today and the cash what we have, is it matching or not, so that burden on bank at a later date will reduce. One more example, sir. Fraud prone items. Fraud prone items. Here, fraud prone items should be should be under custody, or you can say control of of at least two officials of a bank. Two officials of bank. Like let us say cash is there, gold is there. These are all what are fraud prone items in a bank. So these type of items should be taken care by at least two employees of a bank. So that if one employee does any fraud, second employee will know. Second employee does any fraud, first employee will know. Then we have clear. Then we have number 7. So details of lost security forms. Details of lost security forms should be immediately communicated. Should be communicated. Immediately communicated. Clear? So if there is any like important forms, important papers, if a bank loses it, immediately communicate so that action can be taken. Otherwise, it may result into losses to a bank, or reputation of bank may also be lost. These are examples of which controls are internal controls in a bank. Just like internal controls, we have IT controls also. Just like internal controls, we have IT controls also. IT controls in bank. Clear? IT controls in bank. IT controls in bank. Example number 1. System maintains clear? System maintains record of all logins and logouts. Clear? Every login and logout. Bank may any person logs in or log out. When did that person log in? When did that person log out? These details should be maintained. Why, sir? Future may if any fraud happens. Assume that future may if any fraud happens. I can easily come to know which systems a fraud was done. During the fraud, which system way, which person was logged in. I can easily find out the person was done a fraud if I maintain what? Login and logout. If you don't maintain this, it is difficult to find out the fraud in future. These are which controls are IT controls in bank. Second one is entry into dormant account. Dormant account requires supervisory level password. Supervisory level password means a normal employee ka password clear. Dormant account means inoperative accounts. If I want to convert an inoperative account into an operative account, a normal password of an employee will not work out. They require admin password. Administrator ka password is required. Without entering the administrator password, I cannot convert a dormant account into a normal account. That administrator password is called as what, sir? Supervisory level password. Then we have third one. System checks. System checks here. System checks whether the amount here, whether the amount to be withdrawn here, amount to be withdrawn is within the drawing power or not. Within the drawing power or not. Like let us say for example, maximum amount what I can withdraw from ATM. Assume that 50,000. Assume that maximum amount what I can withdraw from an ATM is 50,000. Today what did I do? 15,000, 15,000, 15,000, 5,000. Like this, I withdrew my money 4 times and total 50,000 I withdrawn. After withdrawing 50,000, even if I try to withdraw 100 rupees also, will it allow me to withdraw or it will stop me from withdrawing? It will stop me. It says, it will show an error. Limit exceeded. Please try after 24 hours. So, is the system allowing me to withdraw more than the limit prescribed by the bank? No. That is called what? System is checking whether the money what I am withdrawing, is it within the limit or not. If it is within the limit, it will allow me to withdraw. If it is beyond the limit, it will not allow me to withdraw. That is an example of what? Control. Here, next. Then, example number 4. Access to system here is available. Access to system is available only during specified hours and days only. Like let us say an employee can, let us say bank opens at 10 a.m. and closes by 4 p.m. and Sunday bank is closed. Sunday, second Saturday and public holidays. Bank is closed. So during work clear, so Sunday my employee should not be allowed to access the system. Second Saturdays employee should not be allowed to access the systems. Public holidays pay employee should not be allowed to access the system. Even during the working days also, if bank opens by 10 a.m. and closes by 4 p.m. before 10 a.m. employee should not be allowed to access the system. After 4 p.m. employee should not be allowed to access system. So it means what? I am allowing the access to my employees only during a certain number of hours and only during the certain number of days. Whenever they want, they can't access, right? Some rules should be there. Example number 5. User timeout. User timeout is prescribed. Here user timeout is prescribed. Let us say an example of OTP. If I don't enter the OTP within a particular time, if I don't enter the OTP within a specified time limit, then OTP will expire. Again, I have to regenerate the OTP. One more example, I log into my bank account. Here, I log into my bank account. I got a call from somewhere. After half an hour, I come back. I log into my bank account. Here, I leave it as it is, go out for half an hour on a call and come back. Once I come back, will I be still logged in, or it will automatically log out? It will automatically log out. That is called what? User timeout is prescribed. Next, exceptional situations. Exceptional situations require which password? Supervisory level password. Here it requires which password, sir? Supervisory level password. It requires supervisory level password. Means supervisory level password is a password of administrator. Here admin password. Next, once once end of day processes is over. Process is over. Means once a bank is closed and all the activities of a bank are closed, then ledgers should not be allowed to open. Should not be allowed to open. Here ledgers should not be allowed to open without which password, sir? Supervisory level password. Here supervisory level password. So today bank is closed, sir. Bank is closed and all the activities of a bank are closed. And once this happens, what will I do? Immediately after the bank closes and all the activities of a bank are over, employee should not be allowed to open what, sir? A ledger of any customer unless and until the employee enters what, sir? Administrator password, also called as what? Supervisory level password. Clear? So these are some 7 examples of internal controls in bank we have seen, and 7 examples of IT controls in a bank we have seen. Now, let us see what is the next question for us. Then we have clear, explain in brief the types of IT controls. Clear, different types of IT controls. You can say general IT controls, ITGC. They are called as information technology general controls. Information technology general controls. Here, in short, ITGC. Information technology IT controls. Here, ITGC. Now let us see some examples of clear information technology general controls. Example number 1. Here, example number 1. Here, example number 1. Information security policy. Information security policy. Clear? Now, sir, every bank should have what, sir? Every bank should have a information security policy. Who can access the information? Who cannot access the information? What information you can access? What information you should not access? And this information system policy should be prepared also. Here it should be prepared and approved. Approved by whom? By senior management. Senior management. Senior management means top level management. Top level management should not only prepare a plan, they should also approve this plan. Next, example number 2. Here, example number 2. Separation of key IT functions. Clear? Separation of key IT functions. This is nothing but segregation of duties. Clear? This is nothing but segregation of duties. This we have already discussed. SOD, segregation of duties, at least 20 times we might have seen in this chapter only, like chapter 3. Example number 3, administration. Here, example number 3, administration, access and authentication. Here, administration, access and authentication. Clear? Now, what do we mean by administration, access and authentication? It means, you can say, level of access of users should be decided. Should be decided means what a particular employee of a bank can access, what an employee of a bank cannot access. It should be clearly decided. Let us say forex manager should not be allowed to access let us say deposits ka data. A person taking care of cash deposit should not be given access to demand drafts ka data. A person who is taking care of checks ka data should not be given forex ka data. So what I can access, what I cannot access as an employee of a bank should be clearly decided by the bank. Number 4, backup, recovery and business continuity. Business continuity. Clear? Backup, recovery and business continuity. Sir, what do we mean by this? It means a proper BCP plan should be prepared. BCP plan should be prepared. Obviously, sir, BCP stands for business continuity planning. A proper business continuity plan should be prepared so that tomorrow, if some untoward incident happens in a bank, how will bank continue its operations in future? Next, then proper development and implementation. Here, proper development and implementation of application software. Here, proper development and implementation of application software. It means what? Here, always remember, application software should be developed. Application software of a bank should be developed. As per what? As per clear standard software development process. Standard software development process. So every bank will have its own software development process. So whenever I'm preparing, let us say ICICI Bank is preparing a software. It is developing a software. It should follow its own rules and regulations for developing the software. HDFC Bank will follow its own rules and regulations for preparing the software. Deviation should not be there. How we planned, in the same way you have to develop. Do not deviate from the plan. Develop as per the plan. Next, CAT. Here, CAT means confidentiality, integrity, availability, timeliness. This we have already discussed long back. Confidentiality means there should be no unauthorized access to data. Integrity means there should be no unauthorized modification to data. Availability means data should be available whenever required by the user. Clear? And timeliness means only the latest data should be given to user. Outdated data should not be given to user. It means confidentiality, integrity, availability and timeliness. Clear? There should be no unauthorized. Clear? Unauthorized changes should not be there. I repeat, unauthorized changes should not be there. Integrity. Unauthorized access should not be there. Confidentiality. Data is given to user whenever user wants. Availability. Only the latest data is given to user. Outdated data should not be given to user. Timeliness. This we have discussed when we are doing introduction to controls. Then, then we have incident response and management. Incident response and management. Incident response and management. Sir, what do we mean by incident response and management? Key. IT failures, information technology failures here should be managed, should be managed, should be managed as per predefined. Here, failure of information technology of a bank should be managed as per what, sir? Predefined policies and procedures. Policies and procedures. Sir, even clear? Bank, even though bank uses the top notch software, even though the bank is using the top quality software, but still there are chances that the technology of a bank may fail. And in those cases, wherever technology of a bank fails, I repeat, wherever or whenever the technology of a bank fails, what should bank do? Bank should not get tensed. There will be already some predefined rules and regulations, right, in the documentation. Then according to your predefined rules and regulations, do whatever activity you have to do, but don't get tensed. Then we have example number 8. Here, example number 8, change management. Change management. Here, example number 8, change management. Now, sir, what do we mean by change management? Here, sir, the bank's technology should keep changing as per changes in technology. Changes in technology. As per changes in technology. Means whenever the technology changes, bank should also update its technology. If bank does not update the technology as per the changes in technology, then what is going to happen? The bank's software, that is core banking, is going to become outdated, which no company wants. Here, next, last point, management. Here, ninth one, management of system acquisition, and implementation. Here, management of system acquisition and implementation. Sir, what do we mean by this? It means whenever I'm buying and installing the system, proper control should be maintained. Proper controls should be maintained. Clear? So whenever I'm buying a system and installing a system, whenever I'm buying a software and installing a software, ensure that proper controls are implemented. Why? If controls are not maintained, clear chances of hacking will increase. Chances of problems for a business will increase. Then we have one more type of controls, application controls. Here, application controls. In application controls, first example we have is data edits. Data edits. So who should be clear? Edits. Data edits means like some fields. Clear? Data edits matlab editing of data. Editing of data should be allowed. Only for some fields. Like let us say, for example, when you're filling your examination form, clear? When you're filling your examination form, are you allowed to change your gender, or it is already pre-selected? When you're registering with ICEI, you might have given your gender, right? Can you change your gender in examination form? No, you are not allowed to change that. Why? It is already changed. And are you allowed to change your SRO number in your examination form? No, it is predefined. So some things you are allowed to change, some things you are not allowed to change. That is called which control? Data edit control. Clear? Next. One more example here we have. Clear? One more example we have, transaction transaction initiation, transaction initiation and authorization. Means every transaction in a bank should be initiated only by an authorized person and it should also be approved by an authorized person only. Next, transaction logging. Clear? Transaction logging. What do we mean by transaction logging? Logging means maintaining a record of transactions happening in a bank. Then we have clear. Then we have error reporting. Error reporting. Clear? Error reporting. Along with error reporting, we also have exception reporting. Exception reporting. If any problems are found, error reporting will be done. If any exceptional situations are there in a bank, I can verify exception reports. Clear? And then we have, finally we have here balancing of processing totals. Process totals means debits and credits should match. Clear? Debit and credit in a bank statement should match. If debits and credits are not matching, then it will be a big problem for the bank. So these are some examples of what, sir? These are some examples of application controls. Example number 1, sir, data edit. Example number 2, transaction initiation and authorization. Example number 3, error transaction logging. Example number 4, error reporting. Example number 5, exception reporting. Example number 6, balancing of processing totals. So how many controls we have seen, sir, in total? 10 controls we have seen. These are called what, sir? Information technology general controls. Same concept is there in chapter 1 also. Exactly the same concept is there in chapter 5 also. So this concept, since we have discussed in chapter 5, you please ignore that concept in chapter number 1. I think I have already deleted this answer from chapter number 1 in the material. But if they are asking you from chapter 1 also, answer will be same. Chapter 5 also, answer will remain same. There will be no changes. Then we have examples of core banking, sir. I already told you. Example number 1, Finacle. Example number 2, Fin1. Example number 3, FlexQ. Example number 4, banks. Example number 5, BankPay. Just remember this. Clear? Just remember these things. Now let us go to next question. That is question number 13. What is core banking solution and what are the key aspects built into architecture of core banking? Means what is core banking? We will see the features of core banking and we will also see the architecture of core banking. Clear? Features and architecture of core banking. First we will see features of core banking system. Features of core banking system means what are the features that core banking software will provide to me. What are the features what core banking software will provide to me? Number 1, using the software I can open new accounts, new bank accounts. Correct? Using a software, I'm like using a core banking. Core banking can allow a bank to open new bank accounts of customers. It can help a bank in processing or to process cash deposits and withdrawals. Cash deposits and withdrawals. Here it can allow me to it will allow a bank to process the deposits also, process the withdrawals also. Next, it will help a bank to process, here it will help a bank to process payments. Here payments. It will allow a bank to calculate interest. Calculate interest. Here it will allow a bank to calculate interest. Next, it can allow a bank to manage customer accounts. Here manage customer accounts. There are millions of customers accounts, right, which is not practically possible to manage manually, right? I will use core banking solutions to manage them. Then here, then I can process loans. Banks can process loans using core banking systems. Then it can perform CRM activities. CRM means customer relationship management. It can manage customer ka data, sir. Then it can manage accounts, manage bank accounts. Here I can manage bank accounts using this software. Here I can maintain a record I can maintain a record of bank's transactions. Clear? Like bank ka SLR ka requirements, CRR requirements, TDS requirements, payments of a bank, income of a bank, all these things I can manage using core banking. Clear? Next, it will help a bank to establish interest rates. Interest rates like RBI will tell the minimum and maximum interest rates. Using that, banks will decide the interest rate. Who will help a bank in deciding the interest rates? Core banking. Okay, these are some examples of features. These are not all features, some examples. So today, whatever services bank is providing, bank provides with the help of what? With the help of core banking only. Now let us see architecture of CBS. Architecture of core banking solution. Clear? Architecture of core banking solution means core banking solution may what are the basis? Why exactly core banking is required? Because reason number one, it helps me to follow regulatory compliance. Here it helps me to follow regulatory compliance. So CBS has inbuilt, CBS mein there is inbuilt regulatory mechanism which helps in regulatory compliance, which helps in compliance. Like let us say for example, clear, as per the rule, a person cannot deposit more than 50,000 in cash in a bank account in one day without a PAN card. Now I go to bank along with 1,50,000 cash, and I tell bank, sir, please deposit the cash in my bank account. PAN card I will give you up to 2-3 days. Even though the employee of a bank is ready to accept, even though the employee of a bank is ready to accept, you think software will allow the employee to deposit the cash in your bank account without entering the PAN card? No, it will reject the transaction only. Software will not accept the transaction only. Why? Because it is within the regulatory compliance? No, it is outside the regulatory compliance. Then we have, it is clear, it is customer centric. Here it is customer centric. What do we mean by customer centric? Helps bank to decide, here helps bank to decide right offers to right customers at right time. Like how much interest should be charged from one customer will be different from interest chargeable to other customer. It all depends upon my relationship with bank. If my relationship with bank is good, offers given to me will be different, and your offers which is given to second customer will be different. Let us say I'm having a bank account in SBI from last 20 years, and you're having a bank account in SBI from last 3 years. Offers given to me will be much more better than offers given to you. Why? Because I'm a long-term customer of SBI. You are just now opened a bank account with SBI. Then we have here. Then we have resource optimization. Resource optimization. So resource optimization means fast and accurate processing. Fast plus accurate processing. Normally what happens when speed increases, accuracy decreases. Speed decreases, accuracy increases. But what will CPS do, sir? It will not only process with a high speed but also accurately. Okay, next. And then we have information flow. Here information flow. Sir, what do we mean by information flow? Improves speed and accuracy of decision making. Improves speed and accuracy of decision making. Why, sir? Because customer ka data is always available with the bank. In all the branches, customer ka data is available. In every branch, my same data is available. So it becomes easy for a bank ka any branch to identify my customer and give offers to the customers. Clear? So how many points are there, sir? Regulatory compliance, customer centric, resource optimization, and information flow. These are the architecture and these are the features of CBS. Clear? So anyone has any doubts as of now? Technology components of CBS core banking solution means what are the different types of technologies required. Clear? What are the different types of technologies required to start a implement core banking? Number one, I require web environment. Clear? Web environment is required. Web environment means website. Second example, I require security solution. Sir, why security solution is required? To ensure that my information technology is safe. And then we require connectivity to corporate network. In simple words, network is required. Then I also require data center, a place where banks ka servers are kept. Clear? A place where banks ka servers are kept is called what? Is called as data center. Then what is required? Online transaction monitoring. Clear? Online transaction monitoring is required. Clear? What do we mean by online transaction monitoring? So 24 by 7, some person or the other. I repeat, 24 by 7, some person or the other will be transferring and receiving funds online. I should continuously monitor those transactions and check whether any frauds are happening or not. Then I also have application environment. Application environment means bank app which is available on Google Play Store, App Store. Then we require database environment. Here database environment. Sir, it meant nothing but bank should have a database, right? Then it should have enterprise security, means security of core banking. Core banking ka security is called enterprise security. Overall information technology ka security is called security solution. Then we should have network solution. Network solution means if any problem happens in a network, how do I recover from that problem? And then we have clear branch. Then we have branch environment, means I should also have a branch where people can come and talk to me, and if any problem is there, I can rectify them. These are the components of WhatsApp core banking solutions. Now, next question we have is steps to implement. Here, steps to implement core banking solution. So today I was clear, till today I was doing back here, I was managing my bank in a manual manner. I repeat, till today I was managing my bank in a manual manner. Now I want to shift from manual managing of a bank to software. I decided that okay, I will implement core banking. But what are the steps in implementing core banking? I directly cannot go and buy a core banking and start using it. No, some procedure is required, some steps are required. What are those steps in implementing core banking? So step number one, planning. Step number one, planning. Clear? Step number one is planning. Clear? Planning. Planning should be done what, sir? Planning should be as per bank's objectives. Clear? Prepare a plan according to the objectives of a bank. Don't deviate. And then approval. Take the approval from whom? Take the approval from board of directors. From board of directors. Take the approval from board of directors. Why? Because core banking solution requires heavy investment. Heavy investment. It's not like 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 kind investment. Sir, crores of rupees, billions and millions of rupees are required in order to implement core banking. That is why before starting implementing the core banking, take an approval from whom? Board of directors, from top level management. And once approval is received, then selection will happen. Selection means select the right software, select correct software, correct core banking software as per here as per objectives of bank, as per bank's objectives. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. Don't buy the cheapest core banking. Don't try to buy the costliest one. Buy according to your requirements. First, decide what you want. Based on that, only decide out of so many softwares are available. Depending upon your requirements, select the best software what you want. Then we have design and develop. Design and develop. Now, once I selected, okay, I see core banking is not a software which you can go to market and buy. You have to get it developed from some software companies like Infosys develops core banking, Oracle develops core banking. Go to these companies, tell your requirements and ask them to develop the software according to your requirements. Here and during design and develop only appropriate controls. Here appropriate controls should be implemented, should be covered, or you can say should be implemented. Clear? Don't directly like without implementing the controls, you never accept the core banking solution. After design and development, what will I do, sir? Once design and development is done, now what will I do? Testing. Here I will do testing. Testing should be extensive. Extensive means in detail testing should be done. Testing should be done before clear. Extensive testing, in detail testing should be done before clear, before CBS is live. Means before you start using core banking, do not start using core banking directly. Ensure that first you should verify, complete testing should be done, and if everything is fine, then only start using the core banking. Never start using the core banking directly. Then we have number 6. Then is maintenance. Step number 6 is maintenance. Sir, maintenance means maintain the CBS as required. Simple. Depending upon the banker requirements, try to maintain it in a proper way. Clear? Next, then we have support. Then we have what, sir? Step number 7 is support. Here, step number 7 is support. Support means clear proper support should be provided to CBS to ensure support is always, like let us say the software company which is preparing the core banking for me should support my requirements whenever I want. Whenever a problems I face, they should provide support. Why? To ensure that CBS works, to ensure that CBS works effectively. Means it is working correctly and it is also doing the correct thing in a correct manner. And then updation. Here, whenever there are any changes, whenever there are any new changes in the technology, ensure that those new changes are implemented in your software. Otherwise, what will happen? Your software will become outdated, which is a big problem in a bank. Clear? So updated based on what? Based on regulatory and technology requirements, tech requirements. Here, whenever there are any changes in rules and regulations of managing a bank, or whenever there are any changes in the technology, then only you should update. And then last step is nothing but audit. Last step is nothing but audit. Sir, why audit is done? Why will auditor verify the software? To ensure that here audit is conducted, audit of core banking is conducted to ensure that clear, to ensure that controls are working as designed. Clear? So if a bank wants to know whether the controls are working as per the requirements or not, then audit is mandatory. So first what should I do, sir? Plan. Step number 1 is plan. Step number 2, approval. Step number 3, selection. Step number 4, design and development. Step number 5, testing. Step number 6, maintenance. Step number 7, support. Step number 8, update. Step number 9, audit. All these steps are important for implementation of core banking. Any doubts till here? Any doubts anyone has till here? If you have any doubts, you can please ask. Otherwise, we can continue. No. Now we have question number 14 also done, 15 also done. 16 we will do in 16 we will do later on. It's a big question, not possible to complete in 10-15 minutes. Now we will go to question number 17. Explain the business process flow of current account and savings account CASA, and what are the risks involved in CASA and how to control them. So CASA means current account, savings account. So CASA means current account, savings account, means how to open a current account and how to open a savings account in a bank. Here, how to open a current account or savings account in a bank. Simple logic says step number 1. Customer will either approach bank or apply online. Here, either I can go to bank and apply for current account or savings account, or I can go to the website of a bank or app of a bank I can download and apply online, my wish. Then what will happen? Once I apply, charges or rates applicable will be communicated to customer. Here will be communicated to customer, means like let us say for example, what is the minimum balance I have to maintain. If I don't maintain the minimum balance, how much bank charges I will have to pay. Clear? And how much bank percentage of bank interest will be given if I open a savings account in a particular bank. Clear? All these things will be communicated to customer. If customer agrees, sir, if customer agrees. Once customer agrees. Here, once customer agrees, what will happen? Customer submits all documents, including what? Including KYC documents. Here, including which documents, sir? KYC documents. All the documents I will submit. My Aadhaar card, my PAN card, my address proof, my ID proof. All these things I will submit. Along with what, sir? KYC documents. And once the documents are submitted, what happens? So documents received from customer. Here, documents received from customer are handed over to which department? Credit department. Here, credit department. For what purpose, sir? To determine the limit to customer. To determine OD limit for customer. Now tell, sir, out of the current account and savings account, both we are talking at the same time. Tell me, out of CASA, out of current account and savings account, which account may clear? In which account overdraft facility will be provided? In which account, according to you, overdraft facility will be provided? Is it current account or savings account? In which account overdraft facility is provided? Current account, right? And then what happens? So once documents are given to credit team, what will credit team do? Credit team will verify the documents. Verifies documents and updates customer account. Obviously, sir, like how much OD limit will be given or not, they will decide and update my account. And then what happens to current account or savings account will be allotted. Current account or savings account will be allotted with facilities such as example, sir, debit card is given, then checkbook is given. Here, debit card is given, checkbook is given, ECS facility is given. Here, then NEFT facility is given, RTGS facility is given, IMPS facility is given. So many options they will give it to me. With all these things, my account will be ready. Nowadays, in just 2 or 3 years, your bank account will be ready. Correct, right? I hope you know this. Within 2-3 years, your bank account will be ready. Immediately when you open a bank account, immediately they will give you debit card, checkbook, and all the details they will immediately give you. There one small booklet will be there. In all that booklet, everything will be given to you immediately only. You need not wait. Why? Because all these things are happening nowadays using what? Using a software, that is CBS. Now let us see what are the risk and controls. Risk number clear. Exactly opposite of risk will be control. Opposite of control will be risk. I repeat, opposite of risk will be control. Opposite of control will be risk. See here, risk is credit line setup is unauthorized and not in line with bank's policy. I repeat, they say credit line setup is unauthorized. Without authorization, overdraft facility is being given to customer, and which is not according to bank's policy, right? Obviously, bank's policy clearly says that without the permission of management or without verifying the documents, overdraft limit should not be given. But in this case, what is happening? They are able to give. Now, what should be the control? That is why what should do the credit committee. Credit committee, matlab clear the credit department to whom my documents are given to decide whether OD should be given or not. So the credit committee checks that financial ratios, net worth, risk factors, all these things they will check, and then only they should issue the overdraft facility. Without that, please do not issue overdraft facility. Next, they say credit line setup in CBS is unauthorized and not in line with bank policy. Then access rights to authorize the credit limit in case of account setup should be restricted to only authorized people. Means credit setup should be done only by authorized people. Why? If unauthorized people do, they will give credit limit even to those people who are not eligible to get credit limit, which will result into what, sir? Losses to a bank. Customer master in CBS is not according to the pre-disbursement certificate. What is pre-disbursement certificate? Once a loan is sanctioned, bank will give me PDC. Based on that PDC, I can take a loan. And that is why this PDC also should be restricted only to whom? Authorized person. Why? If unauthorized people are given the access, they may generate PDCs for unauthorized people also. Inaccurate interest or charges are being calculated. Core banking is not calculating the interest also correctly. It is not calculating bank charges also correctly. That is why it should be calculated correctly as per predefined rules. You write exactly opposite of risk, it will become controls. Unauthorized persons approving the CASA transactions. Only authorized people should approve the CASA transactions. Inaccurate accounting is done. Accurate accounting is done. Exactly opposite to right. It becomes what, sir? Controls. Clear? Any doubts in CASA? Anyone has any doubts in CASA? Balance we will continue in tomorrow's class. Clear? If you have any doubts, you can ask. Otherwise, we can just close today's session. And tomorrow, as usual, we will have class from 6:30 to 9 p.m. Credit card process. Now, sir, credit card process में we have 4 questions, not 4 around. Yeah, 3 questions. Question number 18, question number 19, question number 20. These 3 questions we have on credit card process. Now, how to apply for a credit card? Simple. Concept number 1 is how to apply for a credit card. How to apply for credit card. Again, we have some steps, sir. Step number 1, go to bank. Customer will approach bank, will either approach bank. Clear? Customer will either approach bank or can apply online. Clear? Or can apply online. Whether I apply online or whether I go to bank and apply, what will happen? Charges or rates applicable will be communicated to whom? Will be communicated to user. Clear? To customer. Like when will be my due date, how much money minimum I have to pay, if I don't pay my credit card bill on time, what is going to happen, how much penalty is going to be charged, how much interest is going to be charged. All these details Here all these details bank executive will tell to customer. And once customer agrees, once customer agrees, clear? Once customer agrees, what will happen? Documents including KYC documents, are submitted by customer. Are submitted by whom, sir? By customer. Here same steps, almost similar steps. Here also customer will approach the bank. Here also customer will approach the bank or apply online. Here also charges or rates will be communicated. Here also charges or rates will be communicated. Here also documents will be submitted. Here also documents will be submitted, including KYC documents. No. And then what will happen? Once the documents are received, clear? Once documents are received from customer, once documents are received from customer, clear? Once documents are received from customer, what is going to happen? Documents are clear forwarded to credit department. And what will credit department do, sir? Clear? Credit department will verify the documents. Credit department will verify documents and establish credit worthiness of customer. Means, sir, clear, whatever documents I give along with the application form, including KYC documents to the bank, bank will forward these documents to this department, sir, credit department. And what will credit department do now? It will verify all the documents what I have submitted, and then it will see whether I am eligible for credit card or not. If I am not eligible, they will reject it. If I am eligible, credit department, what it will do? It will identify the credit limit of a customer. And once everything is fine, what will happen? Step number 5 में credit card is physically dispatched. Here credit card is physically dispatched to customer's address. Customer's address. Simple. So the process here, whatever process we have studied here in CASA, current account, savings account, and whatever process we have studied under credit card process, almost 99% they are same. This is the only thing which is changing. There you have to go, clear, there you have to go to bank and collect your bank account details. In credit card you need not go to bank. They will only forward the credit card to your residential address or office address, whichever address you give. Now, the second concept in credit card is business process flow. Business process flow, clear? Business process flow of sale authorization. Like, how does sale and authorization happen of credit card? Clear? How does credit card ka sale and authorization happens? First, what is the procedure for using a credit card? In simple words, this is nothing but procedure to use credit card. How to use, sir? Step number 1, customer will swipe the card, right? First customer will swipe the card. Swipe credit card at which machine, sir? POS machine. Clear? The card swiping machine is technically called as what? POS machine. Where, sir? At merchant shop. Means at the seller shop you will see the POS machine and swipe it. POS stands for what? POS stands for point of sale. Point of sale machine. In simple word, it is nothing but a card swiping machine in non-technical words. And once I swipe a card and enter the PIN number, what is happen? POS. Here POS will process transaction once it is authenticated. Now tell, how do I authenticate my ATM machine, ATM card or a credit card or debit card? How do I authenticate? Swiping a card is called identification. Authentication means entering a PIN number. Clear? After swiping a card, if I enter a correct PIN number, authentication means correct PIN number is entered. Correct PIN is entered. Clear? Correct PIN number is entered. Then only machine will process the transaction, otherwise it will reject the transaction. Then what happens? Step number 3. POS will send, clear, POS will send authentication request. Authentication request to whom, sir? To merchant bank. To merchant bank means seller's ka bank. I see here. Simple logic. This is the POS machine. Clear? This is the POS machine. Customer swipe the card. Clear? Customer swipe the card here. Clear? Customer swipe the card in this machine. And this machine will be connected to whose bank account, sir? Seller's bank account. This machine will be connected to merchant, or you can say seller bank account, right? So once I swipe my card, clear, once I swipe my card in this machine and enter the PIN number, immediately what will happen? POS machine will communicate with whom, sir? Merchant or seller bank. For what, sir? Clear? Now, and merchant bank, what it will do? It will forward the transaction to whom? Merchant bank will forward the transaction to card issuing authority. Clear? Credit card network. It will issue to credit card network. So first what will happen? I will swipe a card, and once I swipe a card, I will authenticate by entering the PIN number. Immediately my machine will send the details to whom? Bank account to which this machine is connected. And this bank account to which this machine is connected, it will forward the data to which network? Credit card network. That is step number 4. Clear? Merchant bank forwards credit card details to which network? To credit card network. Clear? To credit card network. And then what will happen? Clear? And then what will happen? Credit card network, clear, credit card network will check all the details like credit card what I swiped, whether balance is there in the credit card or not, whether the PIN number entered by me is correct or not. All these things are verified. And once a transaction is validated, clear? Once transaction is validated, clear? Once transaction is validated, what is going to happen? Approval message, clear, is received. So who will send an approval message? A credit card bank. That is nothing but approval message. And once approval message is received, what will happen? Receipt will be generated. Normally, how many copies of receipts will be generated, sir? 2 copies. Clear? Receipt will be generated and sale completes. Sale is completed. How many receipts are generated, sir? 2 receipts. One, the merchant or a seller will keep. Second will be given to buyer. Clear? This is the process of what, sir? Credit card. Now, I swipe my card, sir. Purchase was successful. Now, next what happens? Then we need to understand clearing. Next concept we have is clearing and settlement process. Clearing and settlement process of what, sir? Of credit card. Clearing and settlement process of credit card. Now, how does this settlement happen, sir? Credit card ka, how does the seller receive the money in seller's bank account? Till now what happened? I swipe the card machine will forward the data to my bank will forward the data to network will approve the message, sale is completed. But how will seller receive the money in that person's bank account? How will seller receive the money in bank account? That is called which process? Clearing and settlement process. In clearing and settlement process में step number 1, data is passed on, is transferred, clear, Data is transferred to which bank? Merchant bank. Merchant bank. Merchant bank means seller's bank. And then what will happen? Merchant bank, clear, merchant bank will, what will it do? Credits the amount. Credits the amount after debiting, after debiting applicable charges. Applicable charges. Clear? So what will I do? I will give the receipts to whom, sir? My bank, and my bank will credit my bank account after debiting the commission applicable on credit card transactions. And then what will happen? Sir, now who has given me the money? My bank has only given money to me. Now what will my bank do? My bank will go and talk to whose bank, sir? My bank will collect money from seller's bank. Clear? I repeat what happened here. Once the transaction is completed, I will, as a seller, I will forward my data to whom, sir? My bank. My bank will credit the amount in my bank account after debiting applicable charges. So now what will happen? My bank will collect the money what it has given to me from which bank? From the buyer's bank. Clear? So what will happen? Credit card issuing bank will now what do? Will transfer amount to merchant. After this, what will happen? After this, credit card holder here will be charged in the credit card bill. Ante. Clear? I hope you understood what is the credit card process. Any doubts in any of the steps? Anyone has any doubt in any of the steps? No doubts? Okay. Let us go here. Question number, you have some risk and controls. Clear? Now, risk is that credit line setup is unauthorized and not in lines with bank policy. They say credit line setup is unauthorized. Clear? And not in line with bank's policy. The credit what I have set up in the system is not unauthorized, and moreover it is against the bank's policies. For this, what should bank do? What type of control bank should implement? The credit committee should check the financial ratios, net worth of the borrower, risk factors, all these things they have to check and ensure that the credit line given to me, the credit limit given to me as a customer should be as per what's a bank's policy. Next, credit line setup in CBS is unauthorized as in not in line with bank's policy. So whatever credit I am getting, in the credit card that is not according to bank's policy, then what to do? Access rights to authorize the credit limit should be given only to whom? Authorized people. Unauthorized people should not be allowed to enter any data into the credit card system. Why? They may manipulate. Customer master, clear? Customer master defined in CBS is not accordance with pre-disbursement certificate. It should be as per pre-disbursement certificate. If there should be no discrepancies, then access rights again here should be given only to authorized persons. Credit line setup can be breached. It should not be breached. Inaccurate interest charges are being calculated. Interest should be calculated as per rules. Exactly opposite of risk is control. Exactly opposite of control is risk. Inaccurate reconciliations are performed. Daily accurate reconciliations are performed. Clear? Next. So we have completed. Just let us go through once. We have completed key features of banking business. We have completed challenges of IT in banking. We have completed risk analysis. We have completed examples of risk and impact of risk, examples of IT risk and other risk to data and other IT risk. Risk management strategy we have discussed. Indicators of high risk we have discussed. Indicators of effective controls. Examples of internal controls in bank. Examples of IT controls in banks. Clear? Types of IT controls. ITGC, Information Technology General Controls we have discussed. Examples of core banking available we have discussed. Clear. Architecture of CBS we have discussed, feature of CBS we have discussed, technology components of CBS we have discussed, objectives or steps of automation we have discussed. Then servers involved in CBS we are going to discuss today. Then CASA we have discussed, business process flow of credit card we have discussed, sale or authorization of credit card we have discussed, clearing and settlement process also we have discussed. Now the next concept we have is clear mortgage loans, mortgage process. Sir, what is a mortgage? Can someone tell what is a mortgage? Mortgage means secure loan or unsecured loan. Mortgage means taking a secure loan or unsecured loan. Taking a secured loan. Clear? What is a mortgage? Mortgage is nothing but secured loan. And this secured loan is taken on what, sir? Movable property or immovable property? Mortgage is on immovable property. Immovable property. Clear? Mortgage is on what, sir? Immovable property. Now, whenever we talk about mortgage, mortgage is of three types. Number one, clear? Mortgage for purchase of property. Clear? Mortgage for purchase of property. Then we have top up loan. Then we have top up loan. And finally, we have loans for under construction property. Loans for under construction property. Clear? So mortgages are divided into how many types? Three types. Mortgage for purchase of property, mortgage for in the form of top up loan, and mortgage for under construction property. Sir, I want to buy a house which is already ready. Here I want to buy a house. Here I want to take a, I want to buy a house. I want to buy a property which is already ready. Then I will go for what? Property. Clear. Mortgage for purchase of property. This is for what, sir? Home loan. Example is home loan. This is home loan. Sorry. Here home loan. Whenever property is already ready, sir, I want to buy the property which is already ready. I'm going to a bank, taking a loan. That is called what? That is called as home loan. And then we have loan for under construction property. So property is not yet constructed, property is not ready, it is still under construction. Then that is called what? Loan for under construction property. Remember, this loan is disbursed in parts. In parts. Clear? I repeat, like let us say percentage completion method you might have studied in A7, right? In the same way, depending upon the percentage of completion of property, construction of property, bank will keep releasing the loan. For purchase of property, immediately I will get a loan. Clear? For purchase of property, full amount will be given at once. But for under construction property, depending upon the percentage of construction completed, they will disburse the loan to you. And then we have top up loan. Clear? Top up loan. Top up loan means additional loan is sanctioned. Additional loan is sanctioned on existing loan. Existing loan means existing loan ka amount is only increased. Existing loan ka value is only increased. This is called what? This is called as top up loan. So mortgage means what, sir? Taking a secure loan on the basis of immovable property, wherein there are three examples of mortgage we have in our syllabus. Number one, to purchase a ready-made property. Number two, to purchase a under construction property. And number three, top up loan, which increases the value of your existing loan. Clear? Now let us see how exactly this mortgage process works. Point number one, you have to always remember that clear mortgage loans, clear mortgage loans are provided at either fixed interest, clear, either fixed interest or variable interest rate. Either it can be fixed interest rate or it can be variable interest rate. Like I feel that future may interest rate is going to increase. I feel that future May interest rate is going to increase. Then tell, I will go for which type of interest rate. Today interest rate is 8%. Future May I am thinking that interest rate may go up to 10%. So will I take fixed interest loan or variable interest loan? I will take fixed interest loan. Future May, today the rate is 8%. Future May, I am thinking that rate may go up to 6%. Then I will go for what? Variable interest loan. It all depends upon situation to situation. If I feel that future May interest rates are going to increase, then I will go for fixed interest loan. In case if I feel that future May interest rates are going to fall down, then I will go for variable interest rate loan. Clear? In whatever situation, what is going to happen? Clear? First, borrower approaches a bank. Borrower approaches bank. Borrower approaches bank, fills forms and submits all documents, including what? Including KYC documents. Clear? Or I will go to bank, I will fill up the mortgage form, I will submit all the documents, including what, sir? Including KYC documents. And now what will happen? All my documents who will verify? Loan officer. Loan officer, clear? Loan officer verifies application. So whatever documents I have submitted, bank will submit the documents to whom, sir? Loan officer. Now what will loan officer do? Loan officer verifies all the applications and forwards documents to whom? Documents. If all documents are fine, this fellow will forward the documents to credit risk team. Clear? Credit risk team. I will give to bank will give to loan officer will again forward it to credit risk team. And what will credit risk team do? Why is this fellow giving this to credit risk team? Because credit risk team will calculate what? The credit score of the applicant. To calculate credit score of the applicant. Tell me which is the most popular credit score in India? I hope you might have heard about it. Whenever you apply for a loan, which score is checked? CIBIL score. Clear? CIBIL score is the most, you can say, important score while obtaining a loan. Then what is going to happen? Now, after this, clear? After the credit score is determined, clear? After the credit score is determined, then what will happen? Documents are now forwarded to underwriting team for approval. Documents are forwarded to whom, sir? Underwriting team. Underwriting team for what, sir? For approval. Clear? Underwriting team for approval. Clear? Next. What is that, sir? Next. Once it is approved by the underwriting team, then what? Then loan officer forwards documents. Clear? Documents to which team? Legal and valuation team. To legal. Clear? Legal and valuation team. And what will this legal and valuation team do? Clear? What will this legal and valuation team do? Clear? They will determine legal owner of property. Clear? They will determine the legal owner of property plus send a report to operations team. After that, they will send report to whom? Report to operations team. They will forward the report to which team, sir? Operations team. And now what will operations team do? Operations teams will generate an offer letter. Clear? What will it do, sir? Operations team will generate the offer letter. Clear? And in this offer letter, what it will retain, all terms and conditions of loan will be mentioned where, sir, in this letter. And then what happens? Customer, clear? Customer will agree. Customer agrees for what? For loan agreement. Means customer agrees to all the terms and conditions of the loan agreement and sign the document and sign it. And once it is done, what happens, sir? Then operations team will disburse the loan. Clear? This is the process. So what is step number one, sir? Step number one is borrower will approach the bank, fill up the form, submit all the documents including KYC documents. After this, what is going to happen? Loan officer verifies all the application, then forwards the application to whom, sir? Credit risk team. And what will credit risk team do? Verify the credit score. If credit score is bad, immediately there and then only my loan will be rejected. In case if the credit score is good, then documents will be forwarded to underwriting team for underwriting. And once underwriting team underwrites or gives its approval for underwriting, then loan officer will take the documents from them and give back to whom, sir? Legal and valuation team. What will legal and valuation team do? They will determine who is the actual owner of the property. I am giving my property papers to bank, but what is the guarantee that I am the owner of that property? There is no guarantee, right? That is why what will happen now? That is why legal and valuation team will verify whether I'm the actual owner or not. If I'm the actual owner, they will forward a same report to operations team. And now once everything is fine, operation team generates what? Offer letter wherein all terms and conditions will be mentioned. And these terms and condition customer will agree. If agrees, will sign it, and then operations team will disburse the loan and money will come to my bank account. This is the procedure for what, sir? This is the procedure for mortgage process. Now let us see what are the risk and controls in mortgage process. Risk number one, incorrect customer and loan details are captured which will affect the overall downstream process. Sir, customer ka data I'm entering incorrectly into the system. Loan given to the customer is also not correctly entered into the system. That is why how to control this? A secondary review is performed by independent team member who will verify the loan details. So that is why in order to avoid incorrect data of a customer being entered, in order to avoid incorrect loan details being entered into the system, bank should ensure that a second review is performed. Verify twice, verify two times. Clear? And after second verification, if everything is fine, then only accept, otherwise reject. Sir, incorrect loan amount is disbursed. Sir, loan amount, clear, loan amount sanctioned is 10 lakhs, but I received 12 lakhs. Then what, sir? That is why here also secondary review should be performed by whom, sir? Independent team member who will verify what? Loan amount being disbursed with the offer letter. Check the offer letter, check the loan what is planned to be disbursed. If both are matching, then only allow the disbursement. Otherwise, stop disbursement. Interest amount is incorrectly calculated and charged. For this, what I have to do? See, if human beings calculate the bank interest, if human beings calculate interest in a bank, they are bound to have mistakes. That is why interest should be auto calculated based on the amount of loan and terms and conditions. Next, unauthorized changes are made to master or customer data. Unauthorized changes are made to data. That is why what should I do? Segregation of duties should be there, where one person should not do all the activities of a loan. One person, clear, one person, like see here, is one person taking care of all the activities? No. But clear, bank manager is taking care of what? Taking the application. Loan officer is loan officer is verifying the documents. Credit risk team is calculating the credit score. Underwriting team is giving its approval for underwriting. Legal and valuation team is determining whether it is good to give a loan or not. Operations team is generating the offer letter and giving it to customer, etc., etc. All these activities are not performed by one person. They are performed by multiple people. This is called what? This is called as segregation of duties. Clear? Next. Then we have internet banking process. Then we have internet banking process. I hope everyone knows how to access internet banking, sir. Internet banking is through website of a bank. Website of bank. Clear? Internet banking is through website of a bank. Sir, what is the steps in using an info process of using internet banking, sir? Step number one, you have to apply, right? Apply for internet banking. So customer applies, clear? Customer applies to bank for what purpose? For, clear? For internet banking facility. Internet banking facility. Clear? Internet banking facility. And then what, sir? User, clear? Customer will be provided after I apply. Customer will be provided with what, sir? Provided with username and password. Username and password. Clear? So once I apply to the bank, bank will allot me what, sir? Bank will allot me user ID and password. Sir, user ID and password I can change later on depending upon, clear, your requirements. If you want to change, you change. If you don't want, you don't change. Option is given to change. Clear? Next. Now, internet banking facility can be obtained. Here, internet banking facility can be obtained only and only through what, sir? Through bank's website. Bank's website. I cannot use an app. I repeat, if I use an app, that is called as mobile banking, not as internet banking. Remember one thing, internet banking means website. Clear? Through an app, I am downloading an app from Google Play Store, using an app to access internet banking. That is not called as internet banking, that is called as mobile banking. Now what will happen? Your user will be directed to web server. To web server. User will be directed to web server. By what, sir? By firewall. Sir, why firewall is important, sir? Because it will not allow an unprotected network to exploit a protected network. This we have already seen. And now what will I do? User enters username and password. I will enter what, sir? Username and password. Clear? Next. Then what happens? Information from web server is verified. Information from web server is verified in IBAS, IBCS. We are going to discuss about this today, IBAS and IBCS. That time you will understand this verification process. And once verification is complete, once data matches, here means once my user ID and password matches, then what is going to happen? Access is granted. Access is granted. Else, else means in case if my data does not match, my username and password does not match, else access is denied. Access is denied. Here, else access is denied. Here, if my username and password match, access will be given. In case if it doesn't match, access will be denied. These are nothing but internet banking process. Clear? Next. So there are many servers which are used by a bank. Let us go in a sequential order. So the first server, clear? The first server which a bank uses is application server. Clear? The first server which a bank uses is which server, sir? Application server. Application server. Now, sir, what exactly is this application server? What does it do? Like, what is the job of this application server? Sir, application server, clear, application server updates, clear, application server updates customer data where, sir? In database server. Clear? I repeat, like if I, let us say I log into my internet banking. Here I log into my internet banking and I make some changes. Like let us say I change my contact number, or I change my address, or some changes I made. I made changes into some limit of cash withdrawal or online transactions ka limit. Some change I make. That changes should be maintained where, sir, in a database server. But who is updating these changes inside a database server? Application server. So application server, whatever changes I make in my bank account, application server will help me in updating that database, sir, in a database server. Clear? And remember one thing, application server uses what? Uses application software. Uses application software. And this application software can be of two types, dynamic and it can be static. But remember one thing, banks never use static application software. They always use what, sir? Dynamic. Dynamic means keeps changing as per requirements. Keeps changing. I can easily change it. Keep changing as per bank's requirements. Here, as per which requirements? Bank's requirements. So always remember there are two types of application softwares. One is static, second one is dynamic. What type of application software? Here, what type of application software? Bank uses dynamic. It will never use static. What do we mean by dynamic? Whenever I want any changes, I can easily make those changes inside a software. Clear? And remember one thing. What if I'm making dynamic mein matlab I can make changes. Dynamic means bank can make changes. Bank can make changes. Bank can make changes. Clear? But remember one thing, this whatever changes I'm making, these changes should be done where, sir? Should be done first to, should be done in test server. Clear? Test server. Directly don't make any changes in a main server. First make a changes in the test server and then in the main server. Clear? So whatever changes you want to make, first make in a test server, and if everything is fine in a test server, everything is working properly, then that changes you update in main server. So before making any changes live, ensure that bank always verifies the changes. Clear? And then what happens? The final version, clear? Final version of software will be moved where, sir? Will be moved to application software. Will be moved to application software. Plus backup is also maintained. Backup copy is also kept. Why, sir? Because in case if I lose my data, at least I will have a backup, right? Here, if I don't keep a backup, what is going to happen? If my main server crashes, my complete business will come to a standstill. Clear? So point number one, what is an application server, sir? It is a server which updates my data in a database server. And inside an application server, which software is used? Application software. And this application software is always dynamic, means bank can make changes. And bank should first make changes in test server and then in main server. Main server means application server. And whenever I am updating any data in an application server, I will also take a backup of that. Why, sir? If tomorrow main server flops, if tomorrow main server goes down, then at least I will have a backup so that I can start working, right? This is what, sir? This is application server. Then we have second one, database server. Second one we have is database server. Name itself tells, sir, what it will do. Database server mein what will be there, sir? It will store entire data of a bank. Clear? It stores entire data of bank. Clear? Complete bank data, your data, my data, everyone's data, all data of a bank is always stored in which server? Database server. Clear? And remember one thing, access to this server access to this server should be restricted only to DBA. database administrator means only a database administrating server, only a database administrator server, okay, should be allowed to access this server. If you are not a database administrator, you will not be allowed to access this. Why, sir? To prevent unauthorized changes from being made. To prevent unauthorized changes, unauthorized changes from being made, from being made. Clear? From being made. Simple. If I don't want unauthorized changes to be made, then access to database server should be restricted only and only to authorized people. And who is the only authorized people for this purpose, sir? Database administrator. Clear? Then we have ATM channel server. ATM channel server. Sir, this ATM channel server, what it will do, sir? It stores data of ATM card holders. Simple. All the ATM card holders ka data will be stored where, sir? Will be stored in ATM channel server. So remember one thing. Once account is created, once a user creates an account, here once my bank account is created, immediately what will happen? Customer details are loaded where, sir? Into clear ATM channel server, ATM channel server. Immediately once my bank account is created and ATM card is issued to me, all my data will be loaded into ATM channel server also. Clear? Next, one more thing. Clear? Sir, remember one thing, the central database. Clear? All ATMs, clear, all automated teller machines are attached to central server. Central server means main server. Clear? To main server. Through what, sir? Through ATM switch. Through ATM switch. Clear? So ATM switch will connect what, sir? ATM switch is a device which will connect, or a technology which will connect a central server with what, sir? ATM. ATM and central server are connected with the help of which switch? ATM switch. Next, this is called ATM channel server. Then we have two more things. Internet banking. Clear? Two concepts I'll teach at once. Internet banking. Clear? Internet banking channel server. And internet banking application server. Application server. Clear? Internet banking channel server, internet banking application server. These two we will learn together. Now let us say we will go to some bank. We will go IOB internet banking. Internet banking. I'll click on this and I'll click to continue to login. And here I will click on clear. If I want to, what is the first step in using the internet banking, sir? Registration. Clear? The first thing is what, sir? Registration. So I will click on what? I will click on register. And once I click on register, one page will open now. Here what will I do? I will enter my 15-digit account number, email ID, country I will select, mobile number, and then what will I do? See, it is asking me to enter username and password. It is asking me to enter username and password. Clear? And once I enter the username and password and click on submit. Here, once I enter my all the details, user ID, password, everything, and click on submit. Immediately once I submit this, all my user ID and passwords will be stored where, sir? Internet banking channel server. Clear? So once I create my account, once I enter my username, once I enter my password, my username and password is stored by which server, sir? It is stored in internet banking channel server. What is internet banking channel server? It stores username, clear, username and password. Here it stores username and password of what? Of internet banking customers. Internet banking customers plus, here plus. It will also have plus PIN number of ATM card holders. Here, sir, my ATM का card details are stored where, sir? ATM channel server. ATM का PIN number is stored where, sir? Internet banking channel server. So it will not only store my username and password of internet banking, it will also store the PIN number of ATM cards, debit cards, credit cards, whatever it is. And now, clear? And now what will I do? Okay, assume that my account is created. Now I go here and click on personal login. I click on personal login. Now here it is asking me to enter my login ID and password. Once I enter my login ID and password and click login, clear? This web page where I'm entering my login ID and password is called what? Internet banking application server. Immediately once I enter my username and password, I am entering my username and password in internet banking application server. But my username and password is stored in internet banking channel server. I repeat, where am I entering my username and password? Internet banking application server. Where is my internet banking data stored? In internet banking channel server. I'm entering in IBAS. Where is my data stored? IBCS. So immediately once I enter my data inside an IBAS, I repeat, immediately once I enter my data in IBAS will go and check where, sir? In IBCS. So internet banking application server, what happens? It verifies data entered by customer. It verifies data entered by customers with data stored in IBCS. Here in IBCS. Here in IBCS. Where is my data entered, sir? Where am I entering the data? I am entering the data in IBAS. But where is my data actually stored? IBCS. I am entering in IBAS. My data is stored in IBCS. So immediately once I enter my username and password in IBAS will go to IBCS and check whether the data entered by me, is it matching with the username and password already there or not. If it matches, access will be given. If it does not match, access will be rejected. Clear? Then this is 4, this is 5. Then we have 6. That is, clear, antivirus software. Antivirus software server. Name itself tells you, sir. This server mein what will I do? This server mein I will install antivirus server. Host antivirus server. Here it holds what, sir? Antivirus software, sorry. Virus software. Here, so which server may I will install my antivirus, sir? I will install my antivirus in antivirus software server. Here, and what it will do? It will scan, identify and eliminate virus. Here it will scan for virus. It will identify if any virus is there or not. If virus is there, what it will do? It will eliminate the virus. This is the job of which server? Antivirus software server. Clear? Then we have 7th one. That is proxy server. Then we have proxy server. Sir, what do we mean by proxy server? Name itself tells you it provides indirect connections to other servers. Provides indirect connection to other servers. Clear? I am not directly clear. I repeat, let us say user will connect to user wants to connect to, let us say for example, web server. User wants to connect to web server. You think bank will allow you to directly connect to the web server? No. What will bank do? What will bank do? Bank will connect the user to what, sir? Bank will connect user to, clear? Bank will connect user to proxy server. Proxy server will now connect to web server. It means, am I directly connected to web server or indirectly? Indirectly. So who provides indirect connections? The indirect connections in a banking system are provided by which server? Proxy server. Here are provided by proxy server. Next, last one we have is web server. Here, web server. Sir, what is web server? Name itself tells it manages what, sir? Website of a bank. Web server name itself tells it manages websites of a bank. Manages bank's website. Bank's website. Here, bank's website. Clear? So how many servers we have studied, sir? 8 servers. What is first server? Here, application server, database server, ATM channel server, internet banking channel server, internet banking application server, antivirus software server, and proxy server. Clear? I will ask some questions relating to servers. You answer now. Let us see if you have any doubts or not. Tell me which server will help me to update my data. I repeat, which server will help me to update my data in a database server? I cannot connect directly to, clear? I cannot connect directly to database server. So that is why which server will help me to connect to database? Which server will update my data in a database server? Application server. Now, application server में which software is used? Which software is used in application server? Dynamic software. Dynamic software means changes can be made or changes cannot be made. Dynamic means changes can be made or cannot be made. Changes can be made. Now, whenever a bank is making changes, should it make changes directly in the main server or in a test server first? Where should I make the changes first? Should I make the change directly in the main server or first in the test server? First in the test server. And should I keep a backup of data? Should I keep a backup of all the application software or not? Yes. Next. Tell me clear which server will store all the data of a bank. Every data of a bank is stored in which server? Every data of a bank is stored in which server? Database server. Now, should everyone access the database or only authorized people? Should everyone access database server or only authorized people? Only authorized people. Now see and tell, who is the person authorized? Who is the person authorized to access the database? Which person is authorized to access the database of a bank? That is database administrator. Correct. Next. Sir, my all the ATM card holders ka data. ATM card holders ka data who will maintain? Which server will maintain ATM card holders ka data? ATM channel server. Sir, ATM server is connected to main server directly or through an ATM switch. ATM machine is connected to main server directly or through ATM switch. Through ATM switch. Next. Sir, whenever I create my account here, whenever I create my internet banking account, my internet banking say related IDs and passwords, where are they stored? My internet banking ka ID and password, where are they stored? IBAS or IBCS? IBCS. And where will I actually go and enter? I will enter my username and password in which server? It is stored in IBCS, but where do I enter? IBAS. Now, which server may I will keep my antivirus? Which server may I will keep my antivirus software? Antivirus software server. Sir, which server manages the websites of a bank? That is web server. Then which server will provide indirect connections? Proxy server. Clear? So I hope this is clear, this concept. Next we have is clear. Next concept we have is one small concept is pending: trade finance process. Trade finance process. Clear? Trade finance process. Clear? Trade finance process. So trade finance process may first what will happen? Step number one, customer master is created. Customer का master data is created by bank where sir? Created by bank in loan disbursement system. Loan disbursement system. Clear? Sir, master data of a consumer. Master data means data which will rarely change or data which keeps changing. Master data means data which rarely changes or will keep changing. Master data means which rarely changes, right? So first what will bank do? Bank will create a customer ka master data. After creating a customer, all the customers ka master data, then what will happen? Relationship manager, RM, clear? Relationship manager identifies. Here relationship manager identifies potential customers. Potential customers means according to this relationship manager, who or you can say what type of customer it is eligible for trade finance, I will identify, and after identifying what will happen, and approach them. Here approach them. Once the relationship manager identifies the potential customer who is eligible for trade finance, the manager will approach them. And once customer agrees, once agrees customer agrees to avail services. Here once customer agrees to avail the services, relationship manager clear request for what? For documents. Request for documents. And once now what will happen? Clear? Now documents received from customer, documents received from customer are forwarded, again the same steps, forwarded to whom sir? Forwarded to credit team. Credit team. For what purpose sir? Why am I forwarding to credit team? To determine what, sir? To determine here limit sanction. Determine sanction limit. To determine sanction limit means what is the minimum limit of trade finance I am eligible for, and what is the maximum limit of trade finance I am eligible for. Next, then what will happen? Credit team, clear? Credit team will verify what? Verifies credit worthiness. Credit worthiness of customer. Clear? Credit worthiness of customer. What will I do, sir? I will verify the credit worthiness of a customer and issues what, sir? Issues sanction letter. Sanction letter. I will issue what, sir? A sanction letter. And once customer agrees, once customer agrees, what will happen? PDC is issued. Here PDC means pre-disbursement certificate. Clear? And then what will happen? Disbursement team verifies PDC, pre-disbursement certificate, and transfers money, transfers amount to customer bank account. Simple. Almost the similar procedure again, nothing much difficult here, nothing much different here. Almost the procedure is same. Now let us see what are the risk and controls in this process. Question number 23, loan and trade finance process. Risk number 1, credit line setup is unauthorized and not in line with bank policy. This point we have seen again and again. So that is why credit committee should verify the financial ratios, net worth, credit worthiness, etc. etc. Credit line setup in CBS is unauthorized and not in line with bank policy. In order to ensure that they do not give a credit which is against the bank policy, access right should be given only to authorized people. This point also we have already seen. Customer master defined in CPS is not in accordance with PDC. In order to ensure that mistakes are not there, again access right should be given only to authorized people. Credit line setup can be breached. Again, clear? It should not be breached. Lower rate of interest or commission may be charged to customer. Proper rate of interest should be charged to customer. Facilities or loans granted may be unauthorized or inappropriate. It should be authorized and appropriate based on segregation of duties. Inaccurate interest or charges are being calculated. It should be automatically calculated. Human beings should not be involved. Almost every point we have already seen in previous concepts. So we have completed 21, 22 is pending, 23 we have completed, that is loan and trade finance process. 24 we have completed, that is internet banking process. Clear? Then we have risk associated with CBS. Clear? This is a recently 2021 attempt clear. They have November 2021 attempt clear. They have made the changes. This concept was changed in November 2021 attempt. So this is a important concept. Risk associated with core banking solutions. Risk associated with CBS. Here, risk associated with CBS. So there are different types of risk associated with CBS. So the first type of risk is compliance risk. Here, first type of risk is what, sir? Compliance risk. Sir, what do we mean by compliance risk? Compliance means not following laws. Clear? Not following laws. So compliance risk means risk relating to legal penalties. Risk of legal fines and penalties. Fines and penalties. Obviously, sir, if I don't follow the law, as a bank, if I don't follow the law, bank has the risk of paying what? Fines and penalties. And material loss. Material loss. Clear? Material loss. Sir, material loss means a loss which can make a bank bankrupt or insolvent. Clear? And when this risk of legal fines and penalties, when will this material loss of business will happen? When bank follows the rules and regulations, or when bank does not follow the rules and regulations? Bank does not follow rules and regulations, simple. And this will happen when bank clear banks fail to act. Bank fails to act as per what? As per industry laws and regulations. Industry laws and regulations. If bank does not follow the industry laws and regulations, then 100% sure it is liable for what risk, sir? Compliance risk. Clear? Next. So the second type of risk what we have is strategic risk. Strategic risk. Now, sir, what exactly is this strategic risk? So strategic risk means also called as business risk. Also called as business risk. Clear? Also called as business risk. But what is the strategic or business risk? Risk of declined earnings. Risk of declined earnings. Risk that earnings of a bank are declining. Why, sir? Due to changed business conditions. Business conditions. Due to what, sir? Changed business conditions. So whenever the business condition changes, let us say new competitor has entered into the market or customer demand is changing. I'm not changing as per the customer's requirements. Since I'm not changing as per customer's requirements, there is always a risk of failure of strategy, because of which my earnings may reduce. Clear? So these are the two types of risk. First one was compliance risk and second one was strategic risk. Take a break of 5 minutes and then we will continue. Here 5 minutes break you take, then we will continue. I hope now screen is also visible. So let us continue. So first we have discussed about compliance risk, then we have discussed about strategic risk. Now question number 3. The third type of risk what we have is market risk. Clear? Market risk. Sir, what is market risk? Risk of losses in bank's trading book. Market risk means risk of losses. Risk of losses in banks trading books. In banks trading books. Clear? Risk of losses in banks trading book. Example, sir, like let us say there might be changes in equity prices. Changes in equity prices. Bank might have invested in shares. Here bank might have invested in shares, and the shares in which bank might have invested, that share price might have reduced drastically, because of which bank might have been into losses. Or interest rate might have increased or decreased, because of which bank might be in losses. Then clear? Credits. Then we have another example, foreign exchange rates. Foreign exchange rates, commission on foreign exchange rate of a bank might have reduced. Clear? These are some examples of what, sir? These are some examples of market risk. Clear? So that is why in order to manage the risk, clear, in order to reduce market risk, what banks do? Banks use sophisticated systems, use sophisticated mathematical and clear banks use sophisticated mathematical and statistical techniques. Means like a bank will try to ensure that foreign exchange में bank is not at a loss. Equity prices, they will invest in such shares, they will calculate using some statistical and mathematical calculations. They will try to ensure that there is neither loss here nor at least in case if there is a loss also, loss should be minimum. Then next type of risk what we have is credit risk. Next type of loss we have is credit risk. Sir, credit risk means, sir, bank keeps giving loan to people, right? And obviously NPAs will be there, or people may not repay the loans, right? That is called what? That is called as credit risk. Credit risk means risk that loan, clear, risk that loan may become irrecoverable. Clear? Risk that loan may become irrecoverable means non-performing assets, bad debts. Simple. Clear? Bad debts. Then we have clear. Then we have operational risk. Last one we have is operational risk. Clear? Operational risk. Now, sir, what is operational risk? It is nothing but here. It is nothing but loss to bank due to failed loss to bank due to failed internal processes. Sir, bank operations are completely a failure. Because of bank's operations are a complete failure, bank is facing a loss. Bank is facing a loss. Sir, there are many types of operational risk. Here, there are many types of operational risk. Example, sir, transaction processing risk. Example number one is transaction processing risk. Example number two, we have information security risk. Information security risk. Example number three, legal risk. Here, example number three, legal risk. Example number four, compliance risk. Compliance risk. Example number five, people risk. Clear? People risk. Sir, people risk clear? Now, legal risk matlab clear? uh, Transaction processing risk, information security risk, legal risk, compliance risk, people risk. These are all examples of what, sir? These are all examples of operational risk. So how many types of risk we have studied, sir? Five. Number one, compliance risk. Number two, strategic risk. Number three, market risk. Number four, credit risk. Number five, operational risk. Tell me which risk will happen, clear, which risk will happen if a bank internal management is worst. Bank internal management is worst. Bank is unable to manage its day-to-day operations. Which risk will come? Bank is unable to manage its day-to-day operations. Which risk will come? Is it compliance risk, strategic risk, market risk, credit risk, or operational risk? What type of risk a bank will face if its internal procedures, its management is worst, its complete failure? It will be operational risk. Clear? It will be operational risk. And risk that a loan what a bank has given may become irrecoverable. What is that called? Credit risk. Clear? And then so clear risk that banks ka trading books may result into losses. Like whatever money bank has invested, that investment might be negative because of downfall in stock market. And when the strategy of a bank fails, it results into what? Declined earnings. That is called which risk? Strategic risk. Then we have compliance risk. Risk that bank may have to pay fines and penalties, which will result into what? Material loss of business. Why, sir? Why it will result into material loss of business? Because bank may not follow some rules and regulations, right? These are all examples of risk. So anyone has any doubts here? Anyone has any doubts here? If you have doubts, I'll clarify. Otherwise, we can go to next concept. Sir, next concept what we have here, clear? Next concept what we have, very important concept, cybercrime. Cybercrime. Clear? Cybercrime. Sir, what is a cybercrime? Any crime conducted with the help of computer and network. Clear? Any crime conducted with the help of a computer and a network is called what? Is called as cybercrime. I repeat, any crime conducted with the help of a computer and a network is called what? Is called as cybercrime. Clear? Is called as cybercrime. Now let us see what are the categories of cybercrime. Categories of cybercrime. Sir, there are different categories of cybercrime. Let us see one by one. Sir, category number 1, manipulation of input. Here, manipulation of input or output. I repeat, manipulation of input or output of computer based information system. Sir, without the permission of the owner, I am making changes in the input, I am also making changes in the output, then it is called what? Then it is one type of cybercrime. Second type of cybercrime. Clear? Second type of cybercrime, computer forgery. Computer forgery. Clear? Sir, what do we mean by computer forgery? Changing the data stored in a computer system. Changing the data in computer system. Clear? Changing the data in a computer system is called what? Computer forgery. I am making changes in your data in your computer. I repeat, I am making changes in your computer, your data without your permission. It is called what? Computer forgery. Next. Third category, the third type of cybercrime can be here deliberate damage. Deliberate damage. Here, deliberate damage to data through virus. Sir, I'm inserting a virus. I repeat, I'm inserting a virus in your computer to destroy your data without your permission. That is again one type of cybercrime. Here, that is again one type of cybercrime. Next, one more example, sir. Unauthorized access to computers. Unauthorized access to computers. Examples are hacking. Here, unauthorized access to computers is nothing but hacking. Next, we have unauthorized reproduction. Unauthorized reproduction of computer programs. It means what? Software piracy. Software piracy. These are some types, not all. These are some categories of cybercrime. Number 1, I am making changes in input and output. Here, I am making changes in input and output in your computer without your permission. I am changing the data inside your system without your permission. I am damaging your data. Here, I am damaging your data, disrupting your data by inserting a virus in your device. I am hacking your device, or I am creating a software piracy. These are all different categories of cyber crimes. These are all different types of cyber crimes. Now let us see some examples of cyber crimes. Clear? Some examples of cyber crimes. We will not be able to discuss all because only some are there in our syllabus. Let us discuss those only. Examples of cybercrime. Examples of cybercrime. Example number 1. Clear? Example number 1. Harassment via fake public profile on social networking site. Social networking site. Clear? I am creating a fake profile. Here I am creating a fake profile on Facebook and I am harassing people. That is called what? One example of cybercrime. Then second example we have is email account hacking. I'm hacking your email ID. That is again one more example of cybercrime. Then we have credit card fraud. Credit card fraud. This is one more example of cybercrime. Then we have web defacement. Defacement. Clear? Web defacement. So web defacement means, clear? What do we mean by the web defacement? I am changing the homepage of a website without the website owner's permission. I repeat, I am changing the homepage of a website without the owner's permission. That is called what? Web defacement. Then we have here introducing virus, worms, trojans, etc. etc. I am here. I am inserting a virus or a worm or a trojan or a bomb inside your computer without your permission. That is one more example of what, sir? That is one more example of computer related offense. Then sixth one, cyber terrorism. Clear? Cyber terrorism. Sir, what do we mean by cyber terrorism? I'm hiding the terrorism information online. When I'm hiding a terrorism related information online, that is called what? Cyber terrorism. Then we have online sales online sales of illegal articles. Here online sales of illegal articles like drugs, here charas, ganja, heroin, weed. I'm selling this online. They are all sales of illegal articles. So if I'm selling illegal articles online also, it is considered as an offense. Then we have child pornography. Clear? So pornography is generally banned in India, and child pornography is again a very strict rules are there for this. This is again considered as what's a cyber crime. Then we have phishing and email scams. Phishing and email scams. This I have already explained to you yesterday. Like I told you, right? You will receive a mail saying that your email ID has won or your mobile number has won so and so lottery, and please send your bank account details. They tell that they will transfer the money to you. Forget about they transferring the money to you. Even whatever money you have in your bank account, that also they will withdraw. Then we have clear. Then we have theft of confidential information. I'm stealing clear. I'm stealing the confidential information about your company and giving it to outsiders or the competitors. Then we have source code theft. I'm stealing the source code of your website. This is again an example of WhatsApp. These are all examples of WhatsApp cybercrime. Clear? These are categories of cybercrime. These are examples of cybercrime. Now, one more thing which is very important for us, that is sensitive personal data information. Sensitive personal data and information. That is in simple words SPDI. Sensitive personal data and information, SPDI. And what do we mean by this SPDI? Any information you feel that is very sensitive, no one should know other than you. That is called what? Sensitive personal data and information. Examples of sensitive personal data and information. Example number one, password. Here, password is a very sensitive information. Then we have financial information. Your bank account details, your debit card, credit card details, your UPI PIN number. These are all examples of financial information. Then biometric information. Clear? The biometric information what you give to like government while creating your Aadhaar card, that shit is also your personal information, right? It's a very sensitive information. You don't want someone to know your eye scan. You don't want someone to have access to your fingerprints. Then we have a sexual orientation. So your sexual orientation is your personal preference, right? No one clear, it's your personal information. No one, you expect that no one should know about this. Then we have medical records and history. Medical history. Clear, your medical history, your medical bills are there, your diseases are there, your ailments are there. You don't want anyone to know them, right? Then your physical or mental health condition also you don't want anyone else to know. Clear? These are all some examples of sensitive information which you want to be safe, which you don't want to be leaked to outsiders. Clear? These are sensitive personal data and information. Now, if any cyber crime happens, clear? If any cyber crime happens, then government will leave you like that only, or government will ask you to pay fines and penalties. There are some punishment, right? There is some punishment given. Here, there is some punishment given to people who do cyber crime. Now let us see penalties under cyber crime. Penalties under cyber crime. Cyber crime. So in case if you are caught in a cyber crime, then you have to either pay penalty or you have to either go to jail or both. You have to pay penalty also, you have to go to jail also. Now let us see. First one is section number 66. Section number 65, sorry. Section number 65. And what is section number 65, sir? Tampering with computer source documents. Tampering with computer source documents. Sir, what is a computer source document? A document generated with the help of a computer. Clear? A document generated with the help of a computer is called computer source document. And in case if you make changes to any of my document without my permission, you are making changes to my documents which I have generated using a computer without my permission, then you may have to be imprisonment. You may have to be imprisoned up to how many years? Up to 3 years. Or you may have to pay fine. You may have to pay a fine up to 2 lakhs or both. Clear? So if you are tampering with a computer source document, that is a document generated with the help of a computer without the permission of the owner, then you may have to go to jail for up to 3 years, or you may have to pay a fine up to 2 lakhs, or in case if it is a serious offense, then the court may ask you to pay fine also and go to jail also. That is section number 65. Next, then we have section number 66. This is computer related offenses. Computer related offenses. Here we have already seen the examples of computer related offenses. Harassment, clear? Harassment via fake public profile on social networking site, email account hacking, credit card fraud, web defacement, introducing virus bombs, trojans, bombs, etc., cyber terrorism, online sale of illegal articles, child pornography, phishing and email scams, theft of confidential information, and source code theft. These 11 are examples of what, sir? These are all 11 are examples of computer related offenses. In that case, you may have to go to jail, imprisonment. If you are involved in any of the above examples of cybercrime, then imprisonment up to 3 years. Up to 3 years. Or fine up to 5 lakhs. Or if offense is serious, you have to be both. You have to pay fine also, you have to go to jail also. Then we have section here 66B. Then we have section 66B, punishment for dishonestly receiving stolen resource. Stolen resource. Arey sir, you have stolen a mobile phone. You stole a mobile phone. Even after knowing that the mobile phone what I am buying from you is a stolen device, but still I am buying from you. Arey, you have hacked someone's computer and copied some data. Even after me knowing that the data what you're selling to me is a hacked data, but still I'm buying for this dishonestly. I declare I am 100% sure that the data what you're selling to me is hacked data. I'm 100% sure that I know that the mobile phone what you're selling to me is a stolen mobile phone. Then since I am dishonest, since even after knowing I'm purchasing from you, then I may clear I may be imprisoned. So imprisonment may be up to 3 years, up to 3 years, or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. Clear? This comes under section 66B. Then section 66C. Section 66C. Here what is going to happen? Punishment for identity theft. Punishment for identity theft. Clear? Punishment for identity theft. It is nothing but fake public profile. Clear? It is nothing but fake public profile. Then in case if someone files a case against me, then I may be imprisonment. Here I may be imprisoned up to how many years, sir? Up to 3 years, or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. This is under section 66C. Then we have section 66E. Sorry, D. First we will discuss D. Section 66D. Punishment. Clear? Punishment for cheating. Punishment for cheating. Online cheating if I do, then sir, then imprisonment up to clear, imprisonment up to 3 years, or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. Clear? Or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. Then we have section 66E. Section 66E. Violation of privacy. Clear? Violation of privacy. If I violate someone's privacy, leak someone's data, leak someone's photos without their permission, then imprisonment up to clear 3 years, or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. Clear? Or both. So these are the sections. What are the sections, sir? Section 65, clear? Section 65, wherein we discuss tampering with computer source document, wherein imprisonment is up to 3 years, or a fine is up to 2 lakhs, or both if it is a serious offense. Section number 66 we have seen computer related offenses, that 11 examples we have seen, right? In that case, imprisonment up to 3 years, or fine up to 5 lakhs, or both. Section 66B may punishment for dishonestly receiving a stolen resource, wherein imprisonment is up to 3 years, or fine is up to 1 lakh, or both. Section 66C, punishment for identity theft, that is imprisonment up to 3 years, or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. Section 66D, punishment for cheating, that is imprisonment up to 3 years, or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. And in case of violation of privacy, imprisonment up to 3 years, or fine up to 1 lakh, or both. I hope this concept is clear. Anyone has any doubts here? Treasury process. Clear? Now, sir, what is treasury? Treasury process means, clear? Treasury process means something related to, clear, government securities. It may be something related to government of securities, or it may be something related to commercial papers. Clear? It may include certificate of deposits, and it may also be venture capital fund. Venture capital fund. Venture capital fund. Clear? So treasury process may include what, sir? Government securities. It may include commercial papers, it may include certificate of deposits, it may include what, sir? Venture capital fund, etc., etc. Now, example of government securities, bonds. Clear? Example of government securities are bonds issued by governments. And what are commercial papers here? They are nothing but short-term promissory notes. Short-term promissory notes. Certificate of deposit. Sir, fixed deposit and certificate of deposits are almost same. Here, certificate of deposit and fixed deposit is almost same. There is only one difference. Sir, fixed deposit are fixed deposit are non-negotiable. Certificate of deposits are negotiable. Means I can transfer or not non-negotiable. We can say that word what we call, yeah, same thing. Clear? Negotiable and non-negotiable. Then we have clear. Then we have venture capital fund. Sir, what is venture capital fund? These are the people who invest our money. Clear? These are the people who invest public money in startup businesses. Startup businesses. Clear? So if I want to invest my money in a startup business, I have to approach whom, sir? Venture capital fund. So example of government securities, bonds. Example of commercial papers, short-term promissory note. Example of certificate of deposits. These are nothing but like fixed deposits only. And venture capital fund example I told you is public's money being invested in startup companies. Bank में treasury operations are divided into three parts. Bank में treasury process is divided into three parts. What is that? Sir, first part we have is front office. Front office. Clear? Front office. Then we have is middle office. And then we have is back office. Clear? So we have front office, middle office, back office. Sir, front office deals with what? Like what are the activities performed by front office of a bank? Clear? What are the activities performed by front office of a bank? Example number one. Clear? It is pre-deal analytics. Pre-deal analytics. Clear? Pre-deal analytics. Like before making a deal, they will analyze whether the deal has to be done or not has to be done depending upon various terms and conditions. Then trade deal capture. Trade deal capture means entering the trade details, entering the data relating to trade inside a system. Entering the trade related data into a system. Or you can say it is a process of booking a transaction. It's a process of booking transaction. Here it's a process of booking a transaction where, sir, into the system. And then one more thing what they normally do is position management. Position management. Clear? Three things. One is pre-deal analytics. Clear? One is pre-deal analytics. Second one is trade deal captures, and third one is position management. Position management means like let us say HR department, right? HR department will take care of positions in a company, right? That is nothing but position management. And then we have middle office. Sir, middle office will take care of risk management in a bank. This concept we are going to see in detail. Like chapter 1 itself is about risk management. There we are going to detail in detail. Then we have asset liability management. Asset liability management. Sir, assets should always be more than liabilities. Means after selling all my assets, I should be able to repay my liabilities. Clear? Next. Then what else they will take care? They will take care of pricing and valuations. Pricing and valuations. Clear? Then they will also take care of limit management. Limit management. Sir, what is limit management? Sir, limit management is nothing but like restrictions, clear restrictions on transactions by user. Restrictions on transactions of a user. Transactions of user. Example, sir, What is like maximum limit of money what I can withdraw from my bank account in one day, maximum money what I can deposit in one day, what is the limit for withdrawing the ATM, like maximum how many times I can withdraw from money from ATM without any charges. After a certain number of withdrawals, money will be charged to me. They are all examples of what limit management. And then we have back office. Sir, back office deals with what? Reconciliations. Reconciliation of loan accounts will be there, reconciliation of credit card statements will be there, etc., etc. And they will also provide confirmations. After reconciliation, they will provide confirmation. They will also take care of fund settlement. Clear? Fund settlement is transfer and receive, transferring and receiving the money, sending and receiving the money between customer accounts. And then we have accounting. They will also take care of accounting. Clear? So how many offices are there? Front office, middle office, back office. Sir, front office will take care of what? Pre-deal analytics. It will take care of trade deal captures, and it will take care of position management. Next, sir, clear. Middle office will take care of what, sir? Middle office will take care of risk management, asset liability management, pricing and valuation, and limit management. And then finally, back office. What will back office take care of? Sir, back office will take care of reconciliations, confirmation of reconciliations, fund settlements, and accounting. Clear? Next. Now let us see what are the clear. Now let us see what are the risk and controls in treasury process. This one, question number 22. This we missed yesterday. Next, they say unauthorized securities are set up in system. Clear? I will tell the clear. Now, unauthorized securities are set up in the system. Unauthorized securities should not be set up in the system. Inaccurate trade is processed. Accurate trade is processed. Exactly opposite. Unauthorized confirmations are processed. Only authorized confirmations are processed. Insufficient securities are available for settlement. Proper security should be available for settlement. Incomplete and inaccurate data flow. Complete and accurate data flow. Insufficient funds are available for settlement. Maintain some margin so that you can settle your funds. Incorrect nostro payments are processed. Correct nostro payments are processed. Clear? So these are some examples of what risk and controls. Where, sir? In treasury process. I hope it is clear. Anyone has any doubts in treasury process? Anyone has to ask any doubts? No? Okay. Then we have next concept. This risk and all we have already seen. We have data center and network operations. Clear? Data center process. Question number 27. Data center process. Data center process. Sir, what exactly do we mean by data center? Clear? What exactly do we mean by data center? So data center is nothing but a building, you can say building dedicated. Clear? It's a building dedicated for clear to store computer systems. Computer systems. Clear? I repeat, it's a building which is completely dedicated to store what, sir? To store computer systems. Now, let us say I want to keep my servers. Where will I keep my servers? Data center. Clear? So, a place where servers are kept or computers are kept, that is called what, sir? That is called as data center. Now, sir, what are the operations which happen in a data center? First one, backup and clear restoring of data. Obviously, sir, since my computer systems are kept inside a data center, backup will also happen inside a data center. Restoring the data will also happen in a data center. What is backup? Example, taking a copy of data. Taking copy of data. Here, taking a copy of data is called what? Is called as backup. And using backup in simple words is called what? Is called as restoration of data. So backup also happens on a regular basis. Restoring also happens on a regular basis where, sir? Inside a data center. Why? because my computers are stored in a data center. The second thing which happens in a data center are job and batch scheduling. Clear? Job and batch scheduling also happens what, sir? On a clear in a data center. Means what, sir? Like let us say, remember batch processing we have seen, when so many transactions are processed, when many transactions are processed at once. It is called which processing? Batch processing. Batch processing also, job processing also, both happen where, sir? In a computer system. And since my computers are kept in a data center, these things happen in a data center. Next, then we have clear service level agreements are maintained. Service level agreements are maintained in where, sir? Data center. Service level agreements are maintained in data center. I think screen got disconnected. Just give me a minute. I think some Zoom problem. I will connect it back. Just give me 1 minute. I hope the screen is visible now. Is the screen visible now? Just confirm once. Okay. So we discussed that backup and restore happens where, sir? Backup and restore happens in a data center. Number two, job and batch scheduling happen in a data center. Service level agreements are also maintained in a data center. I think we have already seen about service level agreements, right? It's an agreement to use a software. Then fourth one, clear? Maintenance and support activities. Maintenance and support activities also happen where, sir? In a data center. Since my devices are kept in a data center, any maintenance relating to my computers will happen in a data center. Next, then user training. Clear? User training. Clear? User training also happens where, sir? Inside a data center. So how many activities happen inside a data center, sir? Five. One is backup and restoring. Second one, job and batch scheduling. Third one, service level agreements. Fourth one, maintenance and support. And fifth one, user training. These are all the activities which happen where, sir? Happen in a data center. Now let us see what are the risk and controls of a data center. Risk and controls of data center. Question number 27. Risk may they say the transaction may not be recorded correctly or accurately, and the related items will be inaccurately or incompletely recorded. Either you are not recording correctly, or if you are recording correctly, you are recording incompletely. Then what should be the control? Batch and online processing should be executed. I repeat, batch and online processing procedures are defined, executed and monitored for what, sir? Successful and timely completion. Ensure that, in order to ensure that your data is accurately processed, in order to ensure that your data is completely processed, batch and online processing should be done. Next, invalid items may be recorded, or valid items may be inaccurately or incompletely recorded. Either my system is accepting invalid data, or it is valid data it is accepting but incorrectly or inaccurately. Then what to do, sir? Access to automated job scheduling tools should be given to whom, sir? Appropriate individuals, means authorized people. Then only my invalid items will be rejected by the system. Then only my data will not be inaccurately or incompletely recorded. Next, timely and adequate technical support may not be available. Sir, let us say some problem happens in a server in a data center, then immediately technical support may not be available. That is why what should be the control? Entity should have a written agreement with whom, sir? Software vendors, saying that whenever the bank has a problem, night 2 o'clock, morning 4 o'clock, evening 6 o'clock, whenever bank is having a problem, they are 24 by 7 available for technical support. Next, user queries may not be timely and adequately resolved. Then for this what happens? In case if user ka queries are not resolved properly or not on time, then Customer will be unhappy. Customer satisfaction will reduce, because of which bank will be affected. That is why what help desk function should be there. Means a technical support team or a help desk team or a call center should be there, which will ensure that all the customers' queries are taken and solved on a timely manner. Timely execution and complete processing and availability of data may not be ensured. Means I am not sure whether my data is timely entered or not, whether my data is completely entered or not, whether the data is available or not. Then what should I do? Clear? Of computer systems are reviewed by the management. Continuously review, check if any problems are there or not. If any problems are there, resolve it immediately. Unavailability of applications and data backup in the event of disaster. Just now we have seen, right, backup happens where, sir? Backup happens inside a data center. But when any event disaster happens, backup is not available, I'm unable to store the backup, then what to do? Ensure that they are properly clear, ensure that they are properly secured, my backup is properly secured, and keep checking the whether backup is working or not. Like you're taking a backup every day, after 20 years if you some disaster happens, suddenly after 20 years how will your hard disk work? So keep checking your backup whether it is working or not. If it is not working, replace the backup. So data may be lost and systems may not be recoverable. I repeat, data may be lost and systems may not. Data will be lost and it may not be recoverable. Then if my data is lost and if I am unable to recover the data, bank will run into losses. That is why what should a bank do? Take proper backup. Clear? Backup may not be available due to disaster. This we have already seen. These were the risk and controls of what's the risk and controls of data center. Now next concept we have is information security policy. Like every bank should prepare a policy relating to information security, or you can say every bank should have some rules and regulations relating to information security. What are those rules and regulations? Let us see. Information security policy. Clear? Information security policy. Now, sir, what do we mean by information security policy? These are nothing but rules and regulations of an organization. Rules and regulations of an organization. Clear? Rules and regulations of an organization for protection of information. Why, sir? Because data and information are called as crown jewels, means they are one of the most important assets of a business. That is why you have to protect your data. So whenever I'm preparing an information security policy, what are the points I should keep in mind? Number one, clear? Number one, I should take into consideration information security का policies, procedures and practices. Procedures and practices. Clear? So whenever I'm creating an information security policy, first thing what I should decide is the policies, procedures and practices of information security in my company. Next, number two. Then, sir, application security should be provided. Application security. So the second thing, what my information system policy should contain is application security. Application security means how security is implemented in applications. How security is implemented in applications. Clear? How security is implemented in application, or you can say application software. Next, then we have clear. Then we have network security. Network security. Normally, many companies ignore network security, but whenever you are preparing an information security plan, network security should also be taken into consideration. Network security means how security is provided. How security is provided at various levels of network. Clear? Next, simple one. Then I should also think about physical security. Physical security. Sir, for physical security, what can I implement to physical access controls? Physical access controls like CCTV camera, manual logging, automated logging, cipher log, bolting door lock, electronic door lock, dead man door, perimeter fencing, video cameras, security guards. Clear? So many things we have seen, right, in physical access controls that I can do. Next, operating system security. Operating system security. Clear? Operating system security. Now, sir, operating system security may clear. It is nothing but clear security of operating system installed in a server. Simple. Because once I protect the software inside a server, all the devices will automatically get protected. Then we have database security. Database security. Clear? Sir, what do we mean by database security? Clear? It is nothing but security, how security is implemented, how security is implemented in a database. In a database. Clear? What is database and types of database, that is HDBMS, NDBMS, RDBMS, OODBMS, with advantages and disadvantages, everything we have covered in detail in chapter 3. Then we also have user security administration. User security administration. Clear? User security administration. Sir, what do we mean by user security administration? Security for users. Clear? How security is to be provided to whom, sir? To users of information systems. To users of whom, sir? Information systems. Simple. These are some of the aspects. These are some of the aspects what I have to keep in mind before creating what, sir? Before creating a security plan. And now let us see in this security plan what I am going to prepare. What are the risk and controls? Number one, see, significant information resources may be modified inappropriately. Modified inappropriately means without permission, without authorization, without authorization, or the data may be modified inappropriately or disclosed without authorization, or data may not be available when needed. My information may be modified without my permission, my information may be disclosed without my permission, or my information is not available to me only whenever I require it. This is a risk. Then what should be the control, sir? Control should be super user access or administrator password are changed. Change the administrator password regularly. Just change the administrator password regularly. Since if you are able to change your password regularly, then hacking will not happen. Because of this, what happens? Your information will be safe. It will not be modified, nor it will be shared, nor it will be unavailable whenever you need. Then lack of management direction and commitment to protect information system assets. Sir, management is not interested in protecting the systems. Then establish a security procedure. Simple. So that it becomes mandatory for management to focus on information security. Next, potential loss of confidentiality, availability and integrity of data. Confidentiality means unauthorized access. Confidentiality means unauthorized access. Integrity means unauthorized modification. Unauthorized modification. And clear, and availability means clear data is not given to user as and when required. Data is not provided to user as and when required. Clear? As and when required. These are the problems. Then what should I do, sir? Clear? Then what is the control I should do? Vendor default passwords I should keep changing regularly. Operating system password I should keep changing regularly. Database and network of password I should keep changing regularly. If I keep changing the password regularly, what is going to happen? No one will be able to access my data without my permission. No one will be able to change my information without my permission, and data can be given to user as and when required by the user. Next, then they say user accountability is not established. Then user accountability should be established by having what's a unique user ID. Every person ko a separate user ID and password should be given so that accountability or responsibility can be assigned. Next, it is easier for unauthorized users to guess the password of what's a authorized user. I repeat, it is easy for unauthorized user to guess your password. Then your password should be clear. Your password should be periodically changed. Your password should be confidential, and your password should be difficult to crack. Then only confidentiality problem will not come, integrity problem will not come, availability problem is not coming. In case if you share your password with others, you don't change your password regularly, or you don't have a difficult password, then everyone will be able to access your data. They will be able to change your data. They will delete your data so that data is not available to you whenever you require. Next, unauthorized viewing. Clear, unauthorized access, modification or copying of data is happening. Then what should you do? Again the same thing. User access privileges should be designed. Means who is rest clear? User access privilege means what data I can access, what data I can access, and what I cannot access. Cannot access. Clear? If this I decide in the organization, then unauthorized access, copying or modification will not happen. Next, security breaches may go undetected. Means if a hacking happens, I will not be able to know whether hacking has happened or not. Then what should I do? Clear? What should I do? Proper log should be maintained. Every activity should be logged. Any login, every logout. Every login, every logout should be properly maintained. It may be authorized login, it may be authorized logout. It may be unauthorized login, unauthorized logout. Everything should be maintained as a log. Next, potential loss of this point we have already seen. Inadequate preventive measures for key servers. I am not taking proper material, I am not maintaining my servers properly. Like because of which heat ka problem is coming, humidity ka problem is coming, fire may happen, flood may happen. For this what I should do? Environmental controls I should implement. Fire controls, water controls, pollution controls and power controls. Clear? Next, unauthorized system or data access. Should be there or should not be there? Should not be there. Then some more examples we have. List out the various application software risk and controls. See here, interest may be incorrectly computed. Interest should be correctly computed. Inappropriate assignment of rate codes. Appropriate assignment of rate codes. Absence of appropriate system of validation. There should be appropriate system of validation. Inappropriate reversal of charges. System should not allow inappropriate reversal of charges. Multiple liens in excess of deposits. System prevents multiple liens in excess of deposits. Inappropriate security. Appropriate security. Failure to automate NRE or NRI accounts. Automation of NRE NRO accounts. Like some examples. I'm not going to discuss everything. As I already told you, these are only examples. Whenever you have time, you just go through, but ensure that you go through all of them once. You read risk, write exactly opposite as control. If you know control, write exactly opposite as risk. Clear? Next, this is an important question. Explain the brief gateways through which application software can be customized. Customization of application software. Clear? Components of components of clear components of app customization of application software. Now there are around four components. Four components. Component number one, configuration. Clear? Component number one, what's sir? Configuration. Sir, what do we mean by configuration? Configuration means how a software should be set up. How software should be set up. Clear? How software should be set up is called what? Configuration. How should I set up a software? That is called what? Configuration. Configuration may examples of configuration. Let us say defining access rules. Access rules means who can access what data, who cannot access what data. Example number 2, creation of user types. Clear? Example of creation of user type, whether lower level management, middle level management, top level management, sales manager, accounts manager, accountant, junior accountant. They are nothing but types of users. Then we have creation of access privileges. Access privileges. Access privileges, RBAC in short, role based access controls, means access to data should be given to me depending upon the role played by me in the company. If I'm a sales manager, only sales data access should be given to me. If I'm an accounting manager, accounts ka data access should be given to me. If I'm a marketing manager, only marketing data access should be given to me. One more example, password management. Password management. Sir, what do we mean by password management? Password should be regularly changed. You should have a strong password. You should not disclose your password to anyone else. Maintain the confidentiality of your password, etc. etc. And then second step, clear, second component is masters. Masters. I think this we already know. Data which cannot be changed is called what, sir? Masters. Data which cannot be changed is called masters, or very rarely changed. Clear? Example, sir, in a bank, deposit master. Deposit से related master data. Example number 2, customer master data. Example number 3, employee का master data. Clear? Employee master data. One more example we have, that is income tax master. Income tax master. Clear? These are 4 examples of master data. After master data we have what? Non-master or transaction data. Clear? Master data means something which very rarely changes or does not change. Transaction data is also called as what? Non-master data, which keeps changing. Example, sir, deposit transaction. Clear? Example number 1 is deposit transaction. The amount what you deposit, where every time the same amount you'll never deposit, right? Today you deposit 10,000. After some days you deposit 12,000. Sometimes you deposit 8,000. Sometimes 5,000. Clear? Then we have advanced transactions. Clear? Advanced transactions matlab salary advance you will give, right, to your employees. And then we have ECS transactions. Then one more example we have general ledger. General ledger. Clear? Most of the concepts we have, whatever not most, almost every concept we have discussed about master data, non-master data, transaction data in chapter number 2. Then clear? Then we have reports. Clear? Reports. Obviously, sir, my software should generate the reports and give it to me. What type of reports, sir? Example number 1, summary of clear, summary of all transactions. Summary of all transactions in a day, like how many deposits have been, how many people have deposited money, how many people have withdrawn money, how many new fixed deposits have opened, how many fixed deposits have matured, etc. etc. Then example number 2, daily general ledger. Daily general ledger, this is one more report which is required by a bank. Then we have activity logging. Activity logging. Sir, what do we mean by activity logging? Maintaining a data, maintaining the, you can say logs, maintaining the data is called as what? Logs. Then we have MIS reports. MIS reports means management information system reports. Here, this we have already discussed in chapter number 2. These are some examples of what, sir? Examples of components, what I have to keep in mind when I am preparing a application software. Clear? So we were in which question? Question number 30, right? So just let me just go through once. 1 completed, 2 done, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 also done. Servers involved in CBS. 17 also done CASA, 18 done, 19, 18, yeah, 18 done, 19, 20, 21, 22 also today only we have done treasury process, 23 we have done trade finance process yesterday, 24 internet banking done, 25 risk associated with CBS done, 26 also done risk in CBS, 27 today only we have done, that is data center, 28 information security policy done, 29 application software and its risk and controls done, 30 we have done just now. Now then we have question number 31 money laundering, 32 money laundering, 31, 32. Sir, 33 yesterday only we have done. Here 33 yesterday only we have done cyber crime. 34 we have done penalties for cyber crime. So only two small concepts are pending in this chapter. After that we will start with chapter number 1. So the concept what we here have is money laundering. Question number 31 and 32 both are related to money laundering. So here money laundering. Money laundering, question number 31, question number 32. Here. Sir, what exactly do we mean by money laundering? Sir, money laundering is a process of converting, it's a process of converting dirty money to clean money, or process of reverse, process of converting clean money into clear dirty money. Clear? Dirty money means black money. Clean money means white money. I repeat, dirty money means black money. Clean money means white money. So the process of converting black money to white money or white money to black money is called what? Is called as money laundering. Now tell me, is money laundering legal or illegal? According to you, money laundering in India, is it legal or illegal? It is illegal. Since money laundering is illegal, it is covered under PMLA 2002, Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. Clear? I repeat, since money laundering is illegal, it is covered under what, sir? Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002. Now, sir, money laundering mein there are how many? Three stages. There are three stages in money laundering. First stage is placement. First stage is placement. Second stage is layering. And third and final stage is integration. Step number 1, placement. Step number 2, layering. Step number 3, integration. Acha, tell me, if I earn black money, clear? Let us assume that I earn black money. The day I earn black money, on the same day, will I start using the money, or I will hide the money till police people feel that it is safe? I repeat, when I have black money, will I start using it immediately, or will I hide it somewhere so that I am safe from police? Will I immediately start using it, or will I hide from police to be on a safer side? I will obviously hide it from police and everyone to be on a safer side. That step is called what? That step is called as placement. That step is called as placement. Placement means moving, moving, moving money from place of crime, place of crime to a place convenient to criminal. Clear? Criminal. So I will remove here. Let us say I earn money in Hyderabad. You think black money I will keep in Hyderabad only? No. Some money I may keep in Nizamabad. Some money I may keep in Guntur. Some money I will keep in Delhi. Some money I will keep in Bangalore. Some money I will keep in Chennai. what I'll do, I will just spread my money into multiple places. Or will I hide it for lifetime? No, I will hide it only till a time I feel it is safe from, I am safe from police. I feel that okay, from now onwards, police may not trouble me. Police will close the case. I am nowhere clear concerned with this black money. I am completely safe. Till then, what will I do? I will hide the money. That step where I am hiding the money till I feel that I am safe. That step is called what? Placement. That step is called as placement. Now, what do we mean by layering? Clear layering means sending money. Clear sending money using multiple bank accounts involving multiple people, multiple people involving multiple people, so that it becomes difficult to trace. Difficult to trace, so that it becomes what, sir? Difficult to trace. That is called what? That is called as layering. That step is called what, sir? Layering. Let us say, what will I do? 1,000 people. Here I will give little money to 1,000 people. Those 1,000 people and will deposit the money in their bank account. I will give little money to 1,000 people, and these 1,000 people will deposit cash in their bank account. From their bank accounts, they will transfer money to my bank account. Since many people are involved, many bank accounts are involved, it creates a confusion in the mind of the police, and it becomes difficult to trace an actual criminal. This stage is called what, sir? Layering. And then integration. Sir, what is integration? Conversion of conversion of illegal proceeds. Illegal proceeds means black money. Conversion of illegal proceeds into legitimate business. Legitimate business means using that illegal money in a legal business. Using illegal money in a legal business is called what? Integration. So how many stages are there, sir? 3. Placement, layering, integration. I'm hiding the black money what I earn for temporary purpose till I feel it is safe from police. That is called what? Placement. I'm bringing some 1,000, 1,500 people. Little money I'm giving to all these people, and these people will deposit cash in their bank accounts, and from their bank accounts, what will I do? I will transfer money to my bank account. So since many people are involved, since many bank accounts involved, it becomes very difficult to trace. And now what will I do? This black money, I will convert into white money by utilizing it in my legal business. This is called what? This is called as clear. This is called as money laundering. Clear? Which laundering, sir? Money laundering. Now, sir, money laundering ko which act is applicable? Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002 is applicable. 2002, Prevention of Money Laundering Act 2002 is applicable. Now, here, 4 points you have to keep in mind. Point number 1, here, maintenance. Bank has to maintain a record of all transactions in cash above 10 lakhs. Simple. If if cash transactions are more than 10 lakhs, maintain a record of that data of that transaction is mandatory. Next, all series of cash transactions. Clear? All series of cash transactions less than 10 lakhs individually, but greater than 10 lakhs in aggregate. Clear? First point, what did I tell? If the value of a cash transaction exceeds 10 lakhs, then you have to maintain a record. In second point, in case, assume that your individual cash transactions are less than 10 lakhs, but overall in aggregate it is more than 10 lakhs. Then also have to maintain the record of transactions. Clear? Next. And then clear, then we have all cash transactions. Clear? All cash transactions in forged notes. Forged notes means if I'm going to bank, clear, if I'm going to bank to exchange a duplicate currency for an original currency, bank will maintain a details regarding that. And then all suspicious transactions, details of all suspicious transactions have to be made. All suspicious transactions have to be made in what, sir? In cash. So bank should maintain a record of what? All the transaction in cash above 10 lakhs, or individually it may not be more than 10 lakhs, but in aggregate if it is more than 10 lakhs, then also bank has to maintain a record. All cash transaction in forged notes also I have to maintain, and all suspicious transactions also I have to maintain. So example of suspicious transaction, sir, I'm having a bank account from last 10 years. From last 10 years, the highest cash deposit in my bank account was 10,000. I repeat, the highest cash transaction in my bank account was 10,000. But suddenly from last 2-3 months, what is happening? Sometimes 10 lakhs, sometimes 15 lakhs, sometimes 20 lakhs is getting deposited into my bank account. These are called what? Suspicious transactions. Sir, never it happened. It never happened that more than 20-25,000 got deposited into my bank account. Suddenly lakhs of rupees are getting deposited in my bank account in cash. That is an example of what, sir? Suspicious transaction. Clear? Next.